good to see. Good morning, everyone. Inviting those on the outside to just step in so that the late birds do not catch the worms that the early ones deserve. Dr. Lasford Douglas, Ambassador of the Republic of Panama to Jamaica, Commander George Overton, ACP Clifford Chambers of the JCF, SSP Vernon Ellis, JCF Deputy Superintendent, Angela McIntosh Gale, Mr. Godfrey Dyer, Chair of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, and I'm seeing Joe Bogdanovich of Down Sound Records. Thanks, Joe, for coming. President of the Mobile Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Janet Silvera, First VP, Mr. Oral Heaven, and other directors, members of Security Summit Committee members, good morning. Jamaica is known across the world for the beautiful beaches, beautiful people, talented artists and sportsmen and women, and for our resilience to rise above challenges. Yet in 2015, the murder rate in Jamaica was 58 per 100,000 people, which made it the most homicidal nation in the world. We've had declines between 2010 and 2014, but in 2017 we reached a peak of 60 killings per 100,000, placing it among the top 5 murderous societies in the world. That's from Orlando Patterson's 2019 report. How do we make Jamaica really the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business? What can we do as citizens collectively to make this happen? The Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce is ready with our Collective Security Unity in Action Summit. Ms. Janet Silvera is the consummate reporter, the consummate businesswoman, the president of the Mobile Chamber of Commerce, and I invite her now. Before I invite her, I'm going to ask that we stand for Jamaica's national anthem. You may be seated for those who sit during prayers, and I'd invite Apostle Richard Keene to do the opening prayers.
Good morning. Can I just probably ask you to stand again? Would that be a problem? We honor our nation. I think the Eternal Father, who we have just sung to, we want to speak with him. Father in heaven, we are so happy to be here today It is really by your design that the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce has put together this summit, and we do agree with you that we will come together as a people in unity to talk and to discuss the challenges that are so close to us in this city and in our nation. You spoke to us that there's wisdom in counsel, and so we take counsel. But above all, we ask for your input, because you are the God and Father of all wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. So be present with us today and tomorrow in everything that we do, and we look forward to great answers, for you do have the answer. Jesus is the answer for everything, and today we come in agreement with you, God, Heavenly Father, that through Christ Jesus we may have solutions today and always for change in our nation. And we all agreed and said, Amen. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you very much, Apostle Richard Keene, for those who just walked in. And for those who've joined us on Zoom, good morning. I beg permission of our dignitaries to permit me to stand on the protocols established earlier on and say good morning, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, students, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Please help me make welcome President of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ms. Janet Silvera, to give you formal welcome and opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Dr. Lashford Douglas, Ambassador of the Republic of Panama to Jamaica. Commander George Overton, our keynote speaker. ACP Clifford Chambers of the JCF. Honorable Godfrey Dyer, Chairman of TEF. SSP Vernon Ellis. Deputy Superintendent Angela McIntosh Gale, Mr. Oral Heaven, who is also chair, along with Dr. Sheridine Lee of this committee, Mr. Joe Bogdanovich, one of our partners right here in Montego Bay, our sponsors, members of the media, members of the Security Committee, directors of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce, and those who have decided to be a part of this panel. Dr. Asha Mwendo, who is a member of the Citizens team that's here this morning, because we have combined Citizens Association in addition to others. So I consider I'm in the midst of people who understands the importance of collective security. The reports on the news kept getting more horrific. Crime and violence seem never ending. The body count keeps piling up. Children shot and killed in their homes, which should be a safe haven. Mothers, fathers, sisters and brothers all gone too soon. As if that was not enough, the schools joined the fray. I believe they got jealous with the stabbing incidents and the jaw-dropping killing over a guard ring. Like the phoenix, an idea rose from the ashes of crime and violence. It was translated into the vision of collective security, unity in action. The powerhouse team at the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry brought into this vision. A committee was formed comprising of academics, church leaders, musicians, journalists, security practitioners, and the man on the street. and we sought advice from entities such as the PIOJ and the SDC. A think tank flowing with ideas as to how collectively we can reverse the many negatives crime and violence has wrought upon this society. We were at meetings at 7:30 in the mornings, every Monday morning. Constant consultation among committee members, some of whom were overseas like Reverend Jackson. All this as we planned and prepared for the catalyst of change, an inaugural summit on collective security. Here we are today at the Montego Bay Convention Center, where the MBCCI has created history. I think that we deserve a round of applause. Never before have we had a summit on collective security, as we see true unity in action. Last week I spoke about the importance of not blaming the security forces, not blaming the Minister of National Security, but taking responsibility as citizens of this country and understanding that together, every single one of us, if we come together, can help to reduce crime and violence in this country. I hope that we will have many more of these summits, as I recognize the tremendous sacrifice that was made to get us where we are today. Nothing gets done without money either. So I want to applaud the businesses and government entities that opened their purses to provide the sponsorship that made this summit possible. The volunteers who gave and continue to give unstintingly of their time and their expertise. It has been a journey of restored hope in Jamaica land we love. The benevolence, has been unending. When despair arose during the rocky moments, then came a tremendous breakthrough. Be it from donations of money, resources, or finding the requisite expertise for an area. There were many nights I went to bed and I said, we're not doing this summit, because it's just not happening. It's not going to be possible. And I had people like Dr. Sheridan Lee and Oral Heaven who would say to me, girl, you fool. We're doing this summit. You ever know Janet Silvera to fail? I don't know a Janet Silvera who has failed. Nothing like that would have happened. Today, we promise it will not be the same old, where something starts, there's a lot of talking, and then it fizzles out. With the help and the grace of God, this summit will bear fruits of reduced crime and violence and a generation with a mind set for growth and development. That is our reason for this summit. It is important that we make it clear that we are not having a summit because we're trying to shame anybody. We're talking about growth and development. Young people who have ambitions and do not get up each day to sit on the street corner, drink the lethal combination of rum and bum. I don't know how people can drink rum and bum. And rub their hand middles. I'm tired to see young people rub them hand middle. You don't know what you mean when you rub your hand middle, right? Okay. Young people who are going somewhere and are inspired by a vision of collective security, unity in action. Over the next 2 days, and it's important that I tell you what over the next 2 days looks like, but I can't find my program. All right, Colleen, somebody needs to help me out here. Thank you, Ambassador. Oh, I left it on the seat over there. Okay, so over the next 2 days, we're going to be looking at reshaping our future through youth empowerment, the impact of music on crime and violence in our society, the role of the church in collective security, towards a model for safe schools and collective security for students. And we're going to have students who are part of the panels. We're looking at a global exchange on crime, violence, and citizen security. And we'll have Panama, Dominican Republic, and the US Embassy. They will be speaking tomorrow. Then we will close off with the legal system, legislative and procedural hurdles. So we will look at all of this for the 2 days, and at the end of the 2 days, we're going to be signing even MOUs, because we are signing one today with M&M Jamaica to train engineers that are coming out of depressed communities, but they have ambition. M&M will employ these young engineers who will be at Cornwall Regional Hospital working on the project. They will pay them $90,000 for the month, $95,000. The chamber will pay $5,000 towards the $95,000. That's the partnership that we have formed with them. Vida McGann from ITEL BPO is creating a mentorship program that we can also use for the young people in the various schools. That one is going to be a big one. Most importantly, our programs after the summit will see the MBCCI, musicians, churches, academia, community people, and institutions, in short, all of us coming together to achieve collective security. It will be a long and hard journey, but we will remain committed. I wish to recognize the young people from Northern Caribbean University who are at the back of the room, who traveled from Mandeville just so that they could take notes from this, combine the information so that we will have it as part of our work going forward. They are being led by a lady by the name of Dr. Charmaine Tapper. She is their lecturer, and she is the one who has been doing this for us. Some of our moderators that you'll see today are part of our committee. Some of our speakers are part of our committee. But more than anything else, they are people who sacrifice for the betterment of Montego Bay. So I wish to thank the team that you will meet later. I saw my very good friend walked in while I was speaking, and I want to recognize her now. Ambassador Angie Martinez, who is ambassador from the Dominican Republic to Jamaica. She's not only here because she's supporting the summit, but because she is a friend of mine. And I love her like a sister, and I'm happy that she traveled from Kingston this morning just so she could be here. I consider it a privilege. I see Queen Ifrika, who has also arrived, and I want to thank her. She is a Montegonian. She speaks about crime and violence in her music, and she's part of the musical panel that we'll have here today, which will also include Joe Bogdanovich. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for giving me a listening ear, and I hope I didn't spend for too long on board here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janet. I'm very classic at not introducing myself. I'm Colleen Douglas, and I will be guiding the proceedings for the rest of the day. At this time, because we're also zooming to the world, I'm going to ask that we put our phones on silent. I won't tell you to turn it off, but if we put it on silent, it will help a little bit as we go along. It is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker this morning, who really needs no introduction. Okay, Janet just apologized to me, so I'm apologizing for you for that error. ACP, ACP Clifford Chambers from the Jamaica Constabulary Force, please make him welcome to bring brief remarks.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Douglas, Panamanian Ambassador to Jamaica, the Honorable Mr. Godfrey Dyer, Chairman of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, Commander Overton, a mentor in his own right to me personally, Joe Bogdanovich, Dr. Asher, and I won't attempt to pronounce the last name, forgive me. Dr. Richard Keene, PMI head, Reverend Peter Burnett from the Ministers Fraternal, Reverend Overton Jackson, other dignitaries. It was observed that the ambassador of the DOM rep is in attendance. Thank you for being a part of us. The management team of this summit, Ms. Janet Silvier and her hard-working team who have been with us here through thick and thin, up and down. The support is priceless, and we continue to look for your continued support as we treat with the varying social issues, of which crime is one, that affects us in Montego Bay. My police team who's here, thank you very much. They have been doing an awesome job, and as we always say, the work continues. The children who are here with us, this Crime Summit is focusing on the youth, and it is good to see that we have a cohort of children here with us. And it is observed that Dr. Tapper and the team from Northern Caribbean University, that they followed me from Era 3. We have done a lot of this in Era 3, and I see that they're here with me in Era 1. So let me thank you. And it is good that this is being documented, so the lessons learned will be put into practice as best as we possibly can as we target the youth and all the varying issues which are impacting the youth and crime. Other invited guests, entertainers, the media, good morning. The moderator started off by giving us a synopsis of the reality that we face here in Montego Bay, which is a microcosm of what we are impacted by on the wider scale, Jamaica. We have to admit that our crime statistics are not where we want it to be. And so a summit of this nature and the initiative of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce to put it into reality is awesome. It is timely and necessary, especially at a time now when you observe what is happening among the schools in Jamaica, among the youth population. But we always tell people that Montego Bay is no ordinary place. And so this extraordinary effort is welcome, and we thank you. So generally, some of the issues that we have here in St. James are unlike others. We have the phenomenon of lottery scamming. We have the issue of gang conflict. We have the issue of intra-gang conflict. We have a proliferation of illegal firearms, which is directly related to the ease at which they're able to purchase them, which has its genesis to some extent in lottery scamming. And so we have to keep our eyes on all the varying issues. And then it channels into a level of social ills. And then when you have a cohort of youth who have an issue, looking at the realities of life, who everyone wants to be the man, everyone wants to be heard, and they have the willingness to attack each other, then we have the issue that we're having. The reality is that on two ends of the continuum, our youth are at risk. So we're looking at on or about 80% of our murders in this space being committed by our youth, which is a big problem. And invariably, the other side, if they're committing the crime, then we're seeing that they open themselves to being killed. They open themselves to being arrested, to be charged, to be prosecuted. And I see on the program that there is a legal element, which is critical, because the judiciary might be in a conundrum. How do you treat with a youth who commit a crime as a youth, and what do we do to get them back into society as, good, honest, hardworking member? The flip side is that they themselves are being killed. So we're seeing they're committing the crimes, and we're seeing that they're the ones who are being killed. So if we're not careful, we will be missing out on a cohort of youths, the youths that we're looking forward to transition a culture, a life, the continuity of life as we know it. If we're not careful, we might be losing those youth who we will be depending on to carry through the things that we consider normal. And so the work continues. We, as members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, have initiated a number of initiatives. We have the several youth programs, we have police youth club, we have school resource officer. We trained on about 52 recently, and it's so ironic that as soon as the training was completed and in the process of inserting them into the schools, we had those issues in William Neb, we had issues in Petersfield, we have issues in Mona High, but that gives you an indication of the reality that we face. And so we have to continuously see how we can influence the youth in a way to inculcate the construct of positive thinking. And so an event like this is very, very important. And so we do not have the solutions. We are part of the solution. And so the whole communitarianism construct that we're trying to engender here is something that I personally look forward to. And the keynote speaker had mentioned to him that he's a man of knowledge, and a lot of things that he has presented in the past are practical, realistic, and so it speaks to the further importance of that which we're doing today. So again, from our perspective, we're happy to be a part of this summit. We endorse it wholeheartedly, and we're looking for lessons that will be coming from it, and we will add our own value in the whole process. So on behalf of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, let me just say thank you. We appreciate this summit and everyone who is here, and we look forward to a successful summit. Thank you very much.
I'm smiling because I didn't see the sanitizing machine move, so I said, he's declared COVID clear. So I am also COVID clearing. Thank you so much, ACP Chambers. I think your presence here, the presence of the JCF, is really signaling to Jamaica that collective security is all our business. Citizens, police, corporate Jamaica, our ambassadors from our friends across the world working together for one accord to make Jamaica that place that you always want to visit for those who are not from here, and for those of us who live here, raise our families and do business. Our keynote speaker, Commander George Overton, does not like to be introduced. He makes his work speak for itself. And so, this may be the very shortest introduction as I honor his own values. He's been a director at the Guardsman Group for 28 years. I know from news in different capacity. I've seen you in communication. Now he's the director of operations, built out the company in the Eastern Caribbean. He's also the chair of the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica Standing Committee on Security and Justice, and chair of St. Andrew Justices of the Peace Association. He does appreciate collective security. He speaks up for how we treat security guards in Jamaica. He believes in people and wants safety and security for every Jamaican. And so it's my pleasure to welcome Commander George Overton to give our keynote address.
President of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ms. Janet Silvera, members of the executive of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ambassador Dr. Douglas of the Republic of Panama, Ambassador Martinez of the Dominican Republic, my good friend, Honorable Dr. Godfrey Dyer, Joe Bogdanovich. I'm accustomed to seeing Joe at our offices in Kingston. First time I'm seeing you down here in Montego Bay, Joe. I'm on your home turf. ACP Clifford Chambers, member of the JCF team present this morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the audience, good morning. I wish to thank Janet and her team for inviting the Guardsman Group to participate in this summit, and more so inviting me to participate personally in the activities of the summit. I congratulate you on this move because, as you know, this I have been very passionate about, that if we don't have collective security and unity in action and a unified voice about our dissatisfactions with the security situation in the country, we will not have change. Howard Mitchell and I at the PSOJ, going back to 2016, were pushing this. We wanted to ensure that we created a unified voice, and we had agreement on actions that were necessary to stem the scourge of homicides, crime, lawlessness, and disorder in our society. You have taken the initiative here in the West, Janet, and I congratulate yourself and your team on this. Jamaica has suffered from neglect of its security, justice, and public order infrastructure for the last 50 years. We found ourselves with a constabulary force that was under-equipped, under-resourced, under-trained, and a lack of technology to efficiently carry out their jobs. We had a justice system that did not have sufficient courts to meet the rising number of cases that were being put through the system. We had our prisons, which are supposed to be institutions of punishment and reform, deteriorate to a point that we really created a university and a networking location for criminal activities. We found ourselves with a school system that had been neglected. We had a student-to-teacher ratio that was impossible, and to coin the parlance of Jamaican, giving the teachers a basket to carry water. With this, we saw a deterioration in the law order of our society, coupled with a situation where, as a nation, we buried our heads in the sand to some of the realities that were taking place around us. You know, I remember back in the 90s, I was running an active security company. I was at the time managing director of Brinks Jamaica Limited, and therefore we moved the commodity that everybody else wanted. We moved money. And I remember when the noise started about extortion in downtown Kingston. Everybody said, no, nonsense, there's no evidence, nothing of that, not happening at all. Where are we today? Where have we found ourselves? Extortion is a way of life. Extortion is a budget item in doing business today in Jamaica. Similarly, and you here in the West know about it more than anything else, when scamming first started in Jamaica, it started here in the West. Did we pay attention to it? Did we give it the priority that it required at that time? No. It was a few young boys fleecing some unfortunate people of their funds. We had no idea that it would have grown to what it is today, that it has become the nucleus of our organized crime activities in the country. I go back to my early days when I wore a uniform in military service, in drug enforcement. And I remember in the early 80s when we started to see cocaine crossing the shores of Jamaica on its way to North America. And when we spoke about it in those years, we were told, no man, cocaine is a rich man's drug. We can't afford it here. Where are we today? Cocaine is a part of the underworld activity, part of the organized crime hub that runs in Jamaica. Similarly, we have come to the reality that gun running is now a business here in Jamaica. I do believe that recent occurrences have frightened us all, and we are now seeing the necessary attention being paid to those activities. But ladies and gentlemen, there's another one. There's another one that I believe we have turned a very blind eye to for many years. It is this whole business of the illicit proceeds of crime from these various activities. I believe Jamaica is on the verge of waking up to the reality that money laundering is a part of the organized crime network in this country. If we all stop and look at how easily the scammers have been able to take the funds that they have fleeced from persons and put it into the legitimate financial framework of the country, and by buying lavish, modern, fast motor cars, buying numerous high-value properties, and spending money that makes amongst the wealthiest of Jamaica envious of that kind of spend. When we look around us and we see what is happening in our economy, you look at the number of buildings that are being erected, the number of high-end residential properties that are being built. You look at the various motor car lots across the country. When you add the value of those things, 1 and 1 no longer makes 2. But what are we doing about it? And therefore, we need to understand that crime today in Jamaica is a business. It's a business, and just like every one of us that are in legitimate business, we're there to make money. So are the criminals. But this fact adds to the whole thing about our youth. What are the ambitions of our youth? when they see the scammer on the corner spending some serious money in entertaining and living the life that he does, having the assets that he has, and doing all the other things, what is it that we are offering the youth on the corner as an alternative? Many of those youth on the corner have fallen from the school system. They don't have the education base that can take them forward. The jobs that they're able to obtain is not giving them the fancy, fast life that they aspire to. And therefore, they are easy recruits for the organized crime ring. I heard ACP speak about the youth on the corner, that they are the ones that are doing the killings. They are the ones that are being killed. And what we need to do is to look at this. How do we take these youth off the track of crime? I had a recent conversation with the Commissioner of Police, and he laid out for me what he saw happening in our country. That we have a number of these unattached youth on the corner. And sooner or later, they get in trouble with the law, whether it be by way of association with the gangs, being a part of the gangs, or just being part of that whole conflict in the community corner. And they get in trouble and they go into the justice system. They end up going through the courts. They end up in the prisons. Most of those who have gone into our prisons as first-time non-violent offenders go in there and they endure the hardships of our prisons. It is where the strong survive. It is where the violent are unaffected. It is where you make contact with the hardened criminals who are of the organized crime ring outside. Most of those who go through the prison systems, somewhere between 50 and 60% of them within 7 years of release from prison are back before the justice system and on their way back to prison. Many of them, their second offense, now a violent offense because of what they have had to endure in the prisons to survive. And we keep this treadmill going. What falls off the treadmill may be those who are killed, either by the gang members or by confrontations with the security forces. But every year, those who fall off, we have another set coming onto the treadmill. So we have created this cycle of crime, violence, perpetrated by our youth. Now, having laid that foundation, what is it that we have to do? Ladies and gentlemen, it took us 50 years to get here. Anybody who believes that there is a silver bullet that's going to fix this overnight, I warn you, you are a perfect candidate for the scammers. It is going to take many years of focused work and determination. It is going to take a collective voice. It's going to take a unified voice and collective unified action to maintain a path of whatever plan we accept as the way forward. Right now, the closest plan on the table for the way forward is something that has been formulated by the Consensus on Crime, signed by political parties and some 20-odd stakeholder groups within the society. But what we don't have today is that voice. we don't have the citizens of this country who mean us well galvanized around a plan that says, yes, this is the way forward, this is what we want. And when we speak about it, and we speak about it with passion, and we speak about it with caring. We need to have that. We need to understand how all the dots are connected in our society. That if we don't look at what is happening in our depressed communities, where we restore hope and dignity for those people in those communities, if we don't do that, and then look at our education system, and we need to look at education starting at the basic school level, because those values, those attitudes need to be drilled into those youngsters at a very early age. If we don't look at continuing those values and attitudes through the primary, prep school, secondary school levels leading to tertiary, then we're going to find ourselves with challenges. We need to look at our secondary school levels and see how do we ensure that our young boys, our young men, the men of the future, remain focused and on track about their education and their ambitions in life. Because I promise you, when they fall off that track, they are back to the gangs. We need to ensure that there are things happening in the schools that keep them occupied and away from the street corner. Whether it is extracurricular activities, we know that boys love sports. Give them a football, give them a cricket bat, give them a basketball, they're happy and they are out there. Get them to do their homework after school. Get them to participate in those sporting activities. Include music in the school activities, because everybody wants to be a star. And they will all participate in the music and vocalist programs. Get that going in our schools so that we keep them occupied. We also have to look at those who are financially challenged and ensure that our school systems provide solid meals for them so that they not only come to school to learn, come to school to socialize and participate in the activities, but also come to school to nourish their bodies to be able to grow, learn, and develop. We need to look at those things at that level. Now, there's a very sad story to be told. I believe that there's a significant portion of our young population, and I'm talking about a cohort of maybe 16 years old to 28 years old, that may be irredeemable. We have to see how we deal with these people. We can't just throw them away. We can't put them in the garbage pan. We still have them in our society. So we have to see how we deal with these young men. And what makes them irredeemable? We have to ask ourselves that question. When a young man who is barely educated has been put in a position to have a disposable income of over $500,000–600,000 a month from his illegal activities, what do you offer him as an alternative? There is nothing that you and I can offer him as an alternative to crime. So we have to see how we deal with that. And that is where the other element, which I believe is well underway today, which is a transformation of our Jamaica Constabulary Force to make it a more capable, technologically advanced police force when moving towards a police service, that they are able to properly investigate. They have the manpower and the resources to properly do their jobs and bring these things before the courts, properly investigated and presented. Our justice system is being looked at and being transformed into a more modern and efficient justice system. The words of the Chief Justice tells us today that the outputs of the courts are just slightly ahead of the inputs. So we have to continue that work to ensure that we can increase that gap so that the outputs are far more than the inputs coming in, so that we can get rid of this backlog and that we can get justice delivered in a fair and timely manner. But once they leave the justice system, there is something else we have to go and look at. We have to look at our penal institutions. You know, most of us would have seen the various videos that have been going around of the parties and things within our prisons. For me, as a former military person, it strikes a number of chords. You know, when a recruit joins the army, the first thing they do is they break everybody down to the same level. You all wear the same clothes, you all do the same things, you have the same routine, you have the same haircut, you do everything. You're broken down to equality. And then the military forms your mind to be the fighting machine that they want to be. Our prisons, there's an element that is wearing the designer clothes and the designer shoes. And if we believe the pictures that we've seen and drinking the top shelf liquor. And there's an element at a lower level within the prison that wearing the regular street raggedy clothes kind of stuff. I remember as a young army officer going into the prisons and everybody wore white. Everybody was dressed the same way. There were shops within the prison where people went and learned skill. There was the carpenter shop. There was a tailor shop. There was a shoemaker shop. I remember as a boy, my father bringing home prison bread. It was one of the nicest things we could get in Kingston in the early 60s. If you look at most of the bricks that built downtown Kingston, you will see them marked GP. That wasn't somewhere in England that made those bricks. They were made right there in the general penitentiary. It was part of the hard labor program. All of that has gone. The prisons are now a networking place. Very little rehabilitation is done. The environment itself is not set for rehabilitation. And therefore, we keep putting them back out on the treadmill that we spoke about. Our education system. We have to ensure that our education system is realigned with what is happening in the country. Yes, we have accepted as a nation that we will export a significant portion of our skill sets. But we have a need here. Far too often, I see youngsters graduating from high school. Yes, they have their CXC qualifications. Some of them may go on to CSEC. But are they prepared to work? Do they have a skill that they can offer? I went to Jamaica College, and in the 60s, not only did you go to school for the academics, but you were also able to learn skills, whether it be woodwork, whether it be carpentry, whether it be metal work, whether it be mechanical technology. All of these things were being taught in school, so that when you graduated, even if you could not find a job, you could create opportunity for yourself. We need to get back to those basics. And as we get our students transitioning towards tertiary education, what are we telling them to study? What are we creating for them to study? You know, I moved through the BPO sector, and you see students who have spent fortunes on their tertiary educations, and they're working in these sectors, yes. But what else are we offering them? What is the next level? What is the next step? Are we creating the industries and the sectors that create the opportunities for our kids who go through the tertiary level to move into something that A, affords them to pay their student loans and live comfortably thereafter and aspire to their development. We need to get all of that realigned. Most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, historically, our political leadership have had horizons of no more than 5 years on average, because that's the date of the next election. And there nobody is doing anything. No, if I lose, I don't want the next man to run with it and benefit from it. So horizons have been kept very short. When we agree the programs and we understand the dots that are to be connected, we need to ensure that our political leaders are committed to it, and we hold them accountable to that commitment. As I said earlier, there's no silver bullet to fix this situation. It is going to take generations to change what we have found ourselves with. It is going to take many electoral cycles and probably many changes of government and ministers. And therefore, what is documented as the way forward for this important component of our country's future and development has to be agreed. And we, the people, need to ensure that there is no meandering on this. It's focused with solid timelines, solid deliverables, and achievements. It is the only way we are going to take ourselves out of this problem. That said, ladies and gentlemen, I once again congratulate the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry on taking this initiative of bringing all the stakeholder groups together to ensure that we have collective agreement on what is going to be our security, public safety, and law and order, public order, as well as creating that unified voice from the West here, certainly, hopefully across all Jamaica, for the way forward. I thank you all.
Thank you, Commander. Crime is a business that struck me. It is the only business we do not want to survive. What are we doing about it? How will we break the cycle? He gave us some pointers. Years of focused work and determination, collective voice, collective unified action. Thank you, sir, for sharing with us this morning. I know that when you look at the program, we're off time, but we will make good use of time, and so we ask that you bear with us as we make best use of time. We want to take some time out to thank. It's never easy to plan an event, and it's important that we thank those who make it happen, who we call our partners, our sponsors. Sagicor, you can share them as we go down the line. Jamaica Hotel and Tours Association, JHTA, IDOC Concierge Services, Guardsman Group, Scotiabank, and I should tell you, I did say we're on Zoom, but we're also broadcasting live on More FM, which is based here in the West. 91.7 is the band that you get them at if you're in Montego Bay, but they also broadcast live in the diaspora communities, mainly New York tri-state areas, and 101.5. So they're here with us, and we just want to say thank you for all the partners and sponsors who've made this possible. On my clock, it is 9:52, and we go straight into our opening panel. I'm going to invite those who are on. Oh. There is a performance. It is very unnerving when you're under the video live, especially when it's not what you do for a living. So to err is human, and Janet will forgive me. At this moment, oral is every time you have a performer, you have a hype master. Why am I hearing myself? And he will introduce our performance for this morning, and then I'll just come back and quickly welcome the panel that will open. What's going on?
Morning, everyone. All protocols observed. Now, our performer, the president asked us to do a jingle. We need a jingle for the security summit. I went to a son of the soil from Montego Bay. He's a writer, a producer, a singer. He also owns the rights to his music. He's also the creator for the lockdown rhythm from our Grammy Award-winning artist, Coffee. He created that rhythm, lockdown rhythm. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to welcome this young man from Montego Bay who, believe me, he will not follow any life of crime. But this is his path. He also has a degree, and we're going to see him go places. Go places. Nathaniel Brown, Nats. Help me welcome Nats, who's going to perform the jingle for us. Nuts.
1, 2, 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. I'm going for this one. All right. Anyways, as an upcoming artist and a producer, especially in Montego Bay, it is very closely knit to crime and violence. So I can see the importance of this summit that we're having, because we really need to fix that issue in our society. So anyways, I was tasked with the responsibility of making a jingle for the event. So I would want to teach you guys the chorus, because me alone I go sing it. And I have to go sing it with me. Is it? So the chorus is like, can't do this alone. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile chambers of commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. And I get that very simply, you know. Can't do this alone. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile chambers of commerce is unite and we're strong. Can't do this alone. So ready? Alright, give me some more volume, no man. Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. Oh, hold on. Oh, I'm me alone and sing it. Yeah, alright. Run it back again. Yeah, man. Hey, can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war now, we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. From me wake up, yeah. Lone cockatoo in my cup, yeah. Wave right to me neighbor, yeah. COVID, see you later. Me no want see no guns, no, only papers, yeah. Send it straight to my PayPal. Beg you a favor, yeah. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, so don't be a stranger, yeah. You know what I discuss? discussion. Start a trend like we famous. Yeah. They will unite, build trust. Yeah. How did the crime go down? Do this on my own. Watch out, I'll pull up you one more time. I want Africa sing it with me now. You see it? Pull up the song again. Hold on. Can't do this on my own. No matter me try, can't do this alone. Ready? All right. Yo, me all sit down. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Of commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. No, the war now, we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. No want no bad weather. Me say from me wake up. Lone cockatoo in my cup. Wave it to my neighbor. COVID, see you later. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Yeah, send it straight to my PayPal. Yeah, if you're listening, beg you a favor. Yeah, please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, so don't be a stranger. Yeah, make a whole of discussion. Start a trend like we famous. The day we unite, build trust. How did the crime go down? Pick up for yourself. That's it.
When your MC busy a dance, you know, the rhythm bad, don't? So, I'm waiting on Janet to tell me it's now 10, but we are continuing. Welcome to those who are just joining us, to those who are just on Zoom, thanks again. In 2017, 150 children were victims of shootings and 46 were murdered in 2018. 7 out of 10 children under 15 are subjected to physical or psychological violence in their home. 1 out of every 4 Jamaican students aged 13 to 17 have considered suicide. 1 in 4 adolescent girls aged 15 to 19 have experienced sexual violence in their lifetime. 8 in 10 children ages 2 to 14 in Jamaica experience some form of physical or psychological violence. And 1 out of every 3 male youth are not in employment, education, or training. These are some of the harsh realities, somewhat referred to by ACP Charles earlier on, and later on by Commander Overton, as they spoke to our youth being our future and what we do for them. Dr. Sheridan Lee she spent a decade, despite her very young age, in a medical practice, and 3 years into a health business venture, IDOC Concierge Wellness Services Limited. And she's going to lead our first panel, Reshaping Our Future Through Youth Employment. So I'm going to invite Dr. Sheridan Lee and the members of that panel, Dr. Pernell Bell, Ms. K. Marie Forbes, Mr. Oral Khan, and Mr. Nicholas James McIntyre to take their place on the platform.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Wasn't that a beautiful performance? Great.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you, Colleen. Good morning again, everyone. I am so happy to see a packed room. As Madam President said in her presentation this morning, it has been a rough couple of weeks. 7:30 every Monday morning, at home, on the road, we're in our meeting. This is very important to every member of this committee. When I was asked to come on this committee, my question to Janet was, I'm a medical doctor, what do I know about crime? And when she gave us the idea of collective security, it all came together. The fact that this is not a Ministry of Security problem. It's a Jamaica problem. It's a problem that we all need to come together to address. Now, this panel this morning, our focus of discussion is on not just the youth, but on our children. We're going to be placing a heavy focus on what creates a criminal, or what are the things that causes a youth or even an adult to turn to a life of crime. Now, in planning this panel, I have gone through multiple different lectures and researches, because nothing that we're doing here is new. They've done multiple researches. One of the biggest one which I read was the Citizen Security and Justice Program. Now, they did a study over multiple years, and they compiled the different headings or different topics. One of them, parenting education model, youth empowerment, and what I took away from this was that one of their biggest challenges was that they were incorporating a broad-based approach, which they realized that was not working, and that we need to take a more individual approach. Even though we have violence-prone communities, one of the key things that was noted in this was that not because somebody or a youth is in a violence-prone community, that does not make them an at-risk youth. You will have multiple children in one household, and not all of them will be at risk of turning into a criminal. And these were important. This was it stood out for me. Now, I am joined by 4 lovely people. So the first person who is sitting right next to me is Dr. Pernell Bell. Isn't she a lovely lady? Dr. Pernell Bell is a licensed clinical psychologist and human resource consultant with a combined experience of over 20 years. Dr. Bell is a motivational speaker, educator, author, and columnist. She received extensive academic training in Jamaica and the United States of America. She has a PhD in psychology, master's degree in human resource management, and postgraduate certificate in clinical psychology from Walden University. She is currently a professor at Yorkville University and City University in Canada, where she lectures in ethics and legal issues, human development, and diversity and culture. She has made significant contributions to the field of psychology and is a pioneer in the field, Western and Eastern Jamaica. She's a consultant to many organizations in corporate Jamaica, where she is an executive coach, organization development expert. She's sought after to provide psychological perspective on many issues affecting the Jamaican psyche, frequently quoted the news media, and is highly respected for her contribution to the field of psychology. She is the author of 8 books, 6 therapeutic books for children, a teacher's guide to understanding mental disorders in children, and a therapeutic book for poetry therapy. Dr. Bell is an international speaker and has presented at many conferences in the US and Canada. Dr. Bell is a regional clinical psychologist for the Northeast Regional Health Authority. Give a hand for Dr. Bell. Then we have Ms. Carol Clark. She joins us from the Heart Trust NSTA. I got that right. Carol Clark is a performance-driven, forward-thinking executive with demonstrated expertise in strategic leadership. She is focused on achieving exceptional results in a highly competitive environment, driving product and process improvement and development while building human capacity. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in accounting and a Master of Arts degree in general management from Northern Caribbean University. Currently, she serves the Heart NSTA Trust as parish manager for St. James, having previously served as institutional manager for the Cornwall Automotive Campus. Prior to this engagement, she served as director for the Montego Bay campus of Northern Caribbean University. She has a passion for young people and is driven by the firm conviction that everyone deserves an opportunity for self-actualization. She embraces the philosophy that we're only limited by the borders that we erect on our own minds. Carol loves God, loves people, and loves life, and seeks to be an inspiration and motivation to others. Welcome, Ms. Carol Clark. Next up, we have Nicholas J. McIntyre, who is a youth leader. Now, as you know, our focus is heavy on youth, and what would a panel be without having a youth on it? Nicholas J. McIntyre is a tenacious, multifaceted, and confidently poised young Jamaican who continues to contribute outstandingly to the holistic development and growth of his community through youth leadership, advocacy, and volunteerism. McIntyre is currently a finalizing student at the University of the West Indies Mona, Western Jamaica campus, pursuing a Bachelor of Science in International Relations and Management Studies. He's a past student of the Cornwall College. There he obtained a Caribbean Advanced Proficiency Diploma and 860 subjects. McIntyre has led the charge for many projects and initiatives here in Jamaica with local and international organizations alike such as Jamaica Red Cross, the Jamaica Combined Cadet Force, the Cornwall College Old Boys Association, the Lilliput Community Development Committee Benevolent Society, the Jamaica Youth Advocacy Network Council, and the Rojan and Dream Jamaica Foundations in the United States of America. In 2017, he was awarded the Prime Minister's Youth Award for Excellence for Community Service and Leadership. The Youth Member of Parliament for St. James East Central served as Youth Minister of Tourism in 2019. Please welcome Nicholas McIntyre. And last but not least, we have Lieutenant Colonel Oral Khan. He's Executive Director of the National Consensus 2020 Crime Monitoring and Oversight Committee. In his volunteer roles, he serves as chairman of the Uniform Youth Group Secretariat, the body that coordinates the combined activities of 12 uniformed youth groups in Jamaica. His commitment to service to the nation's youth extends beyond uniform groups. He currently serves the NGO Hands Across Jamaica for Righteousness as chairman. In this role, he is helping to change our children and youth to embrace the ideas of our motto, anthem, and pledge, and to uphold righteousness in all spheres of life. Welcome, Ms. Colonel Oral Khan. Now, we're going to hear from each panelist. Will be giving us a 10-minute presentation regarding their interaction with at-risk youths and what they've been involved in terms of helping to fight crime for these at-risk youth. Dr. Bell?
Thank you so very much. I want to use this opportunity to bring to light how trauma, for example, speaking from that clinical perspective, how trauma could be implicated in a life of crime or violence that is perpetrated against self at times and others. And for us to understand this matter of trauma and its link to crime and violence, we have to understand what trauma is and what it does to the brain. We have to understand those pathways that may be changed, and so I want to bring that to light. But before I do so, I would also like for us to fully understand when we talk about trauma, what is it that we are seeing? And trauma really is the direct experience that someone may have gone through something very dangerous and threatening, and that sense of helplessness set in when this individual may have experienced the trauma. And we talk about big trauma, big T trauma, and we talk also about small t trauma. And so the big trauma could come from someone witnessing a serious car accident or be involved in an accident, a rape, stabbing, shooting, witnessing extreme situations. And we know many of our inner city areas could fit that kind of a profile where on a daily basis crime and violence is perpetrated. There is sexual abuse too, ongoing sexual abuse that someone may face, physical and domestic violence. And then the smaller T trauma would be less life-threatening, but nonetheless traumatic for the person, because that criteria of that feeling of helplessness is what really brings the trauma on. And when we look at someone experiencing such life-threatening situation, some symptoms that may occur would be that person becoming confused, a sense of sadness, anxiety, agitation, and listen to what we are talking about, agitation, numbness, this whole idea of dissociation. And dissociation in this sense means that this person may over time be experiencing a kind of an out-of-body experience, like I'm not myself. So how can we make that link when we are thinking of that? Physical arousal. That person could be in what we call fight and flight for a very extended period of time because of the trauma. I would like, when you leave this conference, to do a search and look at a traumatized brain versus a brain that is not traumatized. And you will see how the connectivity and gaps that are in the brain that are not actually helping this individual to make what we would say logical decision making. It could affect that logical decision making. That individual too with trauma may experience nightmares, sleep disorders, fear, living in constant fear, and maybe having perpetual flashbacks of the situation that they may have experienced, and in such a way become dysregulated. What I am proposing here is that many of our individuals in these inner cities are experiencing trauma. They have witnessed and have been subject to trauma, and they are going around untreated on a daily basis, experiencing some of these symptoms, fight and flight. Somebody just touch you like that and you're going to get off the rocker because, again, of those issues that may have arisen out of the fact that you are in big T or even small t trauma. Now, when we look at the neurobiology, meaning how does the brain change? Constantly, someone who has gone through trauma may be producing adrenaline on a daily basis. That person is always in a state of anxiety. That person's pathway and level of reasoning become compromised because they're in trauma. And that we are chemically wired, and that chemical wiring will change our behavior. Oftentimes, when children come to me at the child guidance clinic, which I work in, we will find that parents will complain of the child is out of order, the child is out of control. This child is also running away from home. The child is presenting with disruptive behavior in the classroom. And when we do our assessment with these children, what do we find? Many times, the circumstances and situations that they are in produce the traumatic results that we have just spoken about. And this is how they are presenting, and it is called uncontrollable, but not given the proper diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. As a result of that, that child is predisposed to be disruptive, and the disruption could come from frequent fights in school. So a child who is frequently fighting, a child who is frequently getting into trouble, is not just an uncontrollable child. Uncontrollable, yes, because maybe what's going on in that child's mind and brain is predisposing them because of all of these chemical shifts as a result of the continuous trauma that they may be going or undergoing. So we want to become mindful that many times there's a link between the perpetual trauma that one may go through and a link with crime and violence because of those chemical shifts that's going on in someone's body that predisposes them to make irrational decisions and irrational behaviors.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. So, in short, what you're saying, that not every, for example, the fighting that we're seeing in school. So you're saying that not every child or youth that commits a crime is a hardened criminal. It's not intentional. Some of these things are because some anger, right, and they have not been dealt with properly. Is that, in summary, that's what you're saying?
Untreated trauma may be presenting itself.
Okay. So, do you know of currently, in terms of in Jamaica, what are, seeing that this is such a big problem, is there anything that is in place where mothers or can be educated, the signs that, oh, he's not just a bad child. You know, he's having or experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder. Is there anything in place in terms of educating parents?
Well, we at the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Services, which is in every parish here in Jamaica, we go into schools and educate parents on a variety of mental health concerns that would be affecting children. And there are other entities here throughout Jamaica too who do parenting seminars. But one of the things that we want to highlight too is that we need to understand that if a child is in a community that perpetuates violence, that it is likely that many of them may be undergoing trauma, post-traumatic stress. And so parents must become aware, and the society at large and government become aware that this is likely, and those children who have the potential to be traumatized be identified very early and given the kind of treatment that we will discuss maybe a little later on.
Thank you. We'll go on to Ms. Clark.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, and good morning to all our distinguished attendees. Now, Heart and Estate Trust is already a household name in Jamaica. I know a lot of individuals would not be familiar with the S because we were formerly Heart NTA. But with the merger, we have now morphed into a lean and more efficient machinery, and the service component has been added as we seek to widen and expand our reach for human capacity development. Now, the mission of the organization remains the same. Our mission is still to facilitate and ensure the development of human capital. And while that is our broad-based mission, recently we have realized that we need to take a more granular approach to treating with the young people in our society. I am happy for this forum because it brings to the center the indisputable fact that it has to be a collective approach if we are going to tackle the monster of crime and violence. I am heartened by the sentiments that were expressed earlier by our Governor General, that there's really nothing wrong about Jamaica, in essence, that cannot be fixed by what is right about Jamaica. And I think collectively, we have been developing and crafting tailored strategies to impact the crime and violence. I think we're now at the point of how do we execute? How do these plans become actionable and executable? Therefore, Heart Trust has been looking at how we can develop a set of strategies to impact the at-risk, unattached, and underserved youth. And we have crafted a suite of interventions. Our newest minted program has been our mentorship and coaching program, because referring to what Dr. Bell just alluded to, is that some of the individuals who have fallen prey to crime and violence are not because of their desirous, but environment also contributes to the products that we are seeing. We also have to recognize that teenage mothers with little or no guidance that they themselves do not have, you cannot really give what you don't have. So as a society, we also have to go back to what it was when we were growing up, those of you who are my age and older, when it took a village to raise a child, when a child had mothers and fathers everywhere. Now, every child is basically left on their own, and so they craft their own set of ideas and philosophies, and they exist in a world that they are struggling themselves to find their own identities. And so the coaching and the mentorship program was just launched last year, and I'm pleased to report that in St. James, within the Region 4, Hanover, St. James, and Westmoreland, that we have operationalized this program. We have over 250 young people who have been successfully paired with mentors, and the program is just taking off the ground. It's doing exceptionally well. And I thank you. I want to use this forum to thank all those stakeholders who came on board. And if I may plug, Madam Moderator, the fact that we still need many more mentors, because we all need to realize that this is part of our responsibility. We have to help to shape the Jamaica that we want to see and the Jamaica that once was. So for this new fiscal year, starting April 1, we'll be redoubling our efforts to expand our net of mentors so that we can impact a greater pool of our mentees. And we have found, because just doing a post-mortem on the program recently, we find that the mentees are happy that they can have a sounding board. They're happy that they have somebody that they can discuss life goals, career paths, emotional challenges, and the mentors provide that sort of stability for them. And so we want to roll out the program to as many communities as we can in this new fiscal year, because we think this is now a tried and proven approach. Additionally, since last year, based on a memorandum of understanding with the European Union for the citizen security program, we have started to impact the hotspots within St. James. And I'm happy, I see he just stepped out, Superintendent Ellis, who has been our rock. He has been providing guidance as we go into these communities. We did a pilot program for this year where we impacted 6 inner city communities. We went in with a mentorship program as well. We went in with short-term training programs, because one of the realities is that we want to impact the individuals, as Madam Sylvia alluded, the ones who are on the street corners, rubbing up their hand middles, that sort of thing. But the truth is, these individuals are not coming into an institution to sit down for 9 months, for 12 months to be trained. So we have to provide a strategy that puts a premium on education, certification, and training. So we went in with some targeted programs that are labor market driven. We did some 6 to 8 weeks training program in construction, in bartending, in cake decorating, those things that the market is really asking for. And we have been partnering now with the employers, the stakeholders, because training the individuals is as part of the equation. We have to try to balance the equation by also providing employment for these individuals. So what we have done, just before we start a batch, we engage employers to say, okay, we have a batch of 20 bartenders. They'll complete training in another 8 weeks. How can you assist us in providing employment for them? And it has been working. We're not going to say that everybody will get employment and everybody will stay in the program, because the attrition rate is still a point of concern for some of the programs. But what we have decided to do is to go in with more hard skills for the young men. We are partnering with the Jamaica, with the JDA for commercial driving, which is a hot sell these days, so that they are also targeting overseas employment, because that's where the buzzword is. But we are impacting the communities, and because we recognize also that these individuals are not coming to us, we have to go to them. And so that is part of our strategic rollout, that we are going to be taking the communities, one community at a time. And we think that if we start to impact the young people in these communities, then we will see some results that will impact the level of crime and violence. Additionally, we recognize that not everybody can be employed. there are just not enough jobs for every person who is trained to be employed. So we have also crafted programs to train them to be self-employed and to create employment for other individuals. So we have the MSME initiative that looks at medium, small, micro enterprises, and we take them to entrepreneurship training programs that equip them with the requisite skills to start and maintain their own businesses. And they are also given startup capital grants that can assist them in this venture. Additionally, even our trainees, having been trained as an auto technician, most of these individuals do not want to go and work in a garage. They want to start to do something themselves. So we also have a trainee startup program that assists individuals in purchasing the basic tools to start their business. And once they have submitted the requisite documentation, their business plan, they are coached. Oh, these are supposed to be developed, that they are taken through vetting, and then they are approved and they are giving the funds. And we walk with them through the process to ensure that, you know, the strategies for success are being employed. So those are few of the many interventions being crafted by the Heart and Estate Trust as we seek to empower individuals and to continue to build human capacity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you can see, many strategies are already in place. And again, collective security is about putting everything together to make sure that it works. Now we'll hear from our youth leader, Nicholas McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. No, sir, place dead. Me a young man, you know, me a young people. Put your hands together for the young persons in the audience. That's more like it. Now, young people, youth, in this particular time are our most important stakeholders. And I know that this is a gathering of a whole community of persons responsible for security and, you know, addressing the issue of crime and violence. And next to our students, I want to also recognize our teachers and our parents who are also here. Because these three stakeholders are at the grassroots level of who are being affected and who are the perpetrators of activities that, you know, promulgate crime and violence. And it is only fitting that I am here today among these, you know, prestigious panelists to share my story. I am a youth leader. I look like I am from an upstanding background, but my story might just be close to the same as yours today. I'm from the community of Lilliput, right? And I came from the capture land part, where them call it. So, you know, back in those days, you didn't have certain amenities. You had, you know, a lot more opportunities to do wrong. And I grew up with my two siblings, my brother and my sister, and my parents, one household, right? Now, we know the typical story of life in Jamaica and in an inner city community. It can be hard and strenuous to make ends meet. And my recount of my childhood has been one of competition for resources and trying to survive. Right now, as a kid, and Doc would have mentioned the psychological effects, you know, that are weighed on you at that age, right? You can make a lot of decisions without even thinking about them, right? And for me, going to Sunday school and going to church, which was influenced by my mother, played a pivotal role in selecting my core morals and values, and which I chose to follow during my life after primary school, high school, leading up, and to where I am now, right? Of course, my home was unstable, domestic violence and all these things. Both parents had to work, limited supervision. So how did I come out to be this, you know, seemingly upstanding citizen speaking to you here today? Indeed, it has been a hard road and one which I had to take responsibility for my choices. Right? That my story represents making the right choices. And, you know, primary school, I have been in a situation where I was exposed to bad choices, right? I remember one instant where, you know, as boys running up and down in the community, I had a bike once and we were riding up and down. And I went to a section of the community that I had never gone before because I was, you know, exploring and riding my bike. And my friend said to me, you know, come here, I want to show you something. And he handed me something clad in a bandana and said, feel it. And when I felt it, my heart jumped. Because at that age, you know, you are only exposed to certain things through movies and through certain content. And when I felt that object, I was shocked out of my wits. You know? And I couldn't tell anybody, of course. And I draw reference to that story now looking back because I said to him that, you know, I made up a story, say, yo, me have to go home. Mother wait for me, something of the sort, to escape. Because peer pressure can be a very daunting thing. It's not easy. And I escaped that. And to continue along the journey, you know, finished primary school, started Cornwall College. When I just started Cornwall College, my mother left home, you know, because of the pursuing domestic violence from before. And so, at this new chapter of my life, when I was looking for that support system, you know, going, in those days, you know, it's not that long, maybe, 10 years ago, when you hear, say, Pastor go Cornwall in Mobile, it's a big thing. And so I had this level of expectation of me that, you know, I need to achieve certain things. And then 7th grade, my mother left home. You know, soon after, so, you know, I had to be struggling doing my own little responsibility, washing clothes, ironing and stuff like those, which was a challenge at first, you know, because mom was responsible for that. And so my grades started to decline. I got Cornwall, my big, you know, 80 plus, almost 90 average, and all these things. Coming from success, was a top student and all these things. My grades went down, right? And 8th grade, it stayed at the bottom level because I was still struggling psychologically, mentally, with not having my mother there, and my father at work every day. When him come in, me only see when him come in the evening and then him leave out before me, or we leave out together, right? At that point, my siblings also, you know, the whole family just break up because my brother went with my mother because he was not my father's biological child, but he raised him from he was about 2 months old. And then my sister soon after went to stay with my mother. So everybody was all over the place. Okay, and so it was very hard putting all of that together. I was introduced to cadetting at 7th grade. I started that. Wasn't very consistent. Didn't want to do it at first. And so I usually skip training 1 or 2 times for the month, right? Because I didn't know what I wanted at the time. But I nonetheless, cadetting 7th and 8th grade. By 9th grade, I joined Red Cross. And 9th grade is the key part here for me. Because that's when I decided that, you know, what is it that I want to do after I've graduated from Cornwall. You know, annually we would have these mentorship days where the old boys would come in and tell us all these big stories, you know, their challenges and their success stories. And I was always inspired by that. I wanted to be one of those guys that come back and speak to the young men about, you know, how do you make it. And so at Courage Day, I decided that, you know, this responsibility is now left upon me. My brother, dropped out of high school at 9th grade, carrying knife, go to school, as I said, peer pressure. He wasn't as strong as me, you know, and he was older than me, in fact, but he dropped out at 9th grade. When I was about 7th, 8th grade, my sister finished high school with her subject, but didn't pursue higher education. So it was left up to me to take the baton, because I believe in the structure of the family, of a good family, right? Of an effective family. Because like I would have said here this morning, it takes a village to raise a child. And in a family, provided the structures are right, that is the best incubator to prevent certain things. And so I decided that, I'm going to be more involved in school. I joined more clubs. I got my first promotion in cadet at 9th grade to Lance Corporal. And with something, I started to recognize that, I have the potential to make a difference, to make a change. And so I continued on that path. Went to finish my CSEC, went to sixth form, prefect, the whole works. I was involved. I wanted to be the difference, despite what was happening around me. Right? I realized that there wasn't the life expectancy of my peers at the time was very short. I wanted to live till I was, have grandchildren and could tell them stories of when I was riding my bike and all these things. So I was thinking about those things at a critical stage. And this is for the young persons, the students in the audience right now. The fact that you're here means that you more than likely are among the converted. But I want to charge you to go forward as agents of change to influence your peers. Tell them that, this is the right way. I only wish that the entire room could have been filled with students only and we just engaging them, right? Rather than them being out there. So you guys will be my extension as a youth leader, as an advocate, right? And I'm charging you with that today. And as we go forward in this panel discussion, I will share some solutions and some other perspectives on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll turn over to Colonel Khan.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning, everyone. A couple speakers have mentioned some of the risk factors that would cause youth to be attracted to a life of crime and violence. And one of those was being unattached to any formal organization. And also, I would say, being in families where there is not much of a structure. This is why I am an advocate for youth organizations. And in Jamaica, we could group the youth organizations under a number of categories. There are the uniformed youth groups, those are the ones that I'm particularly close to. But then we have youth clubs, which are community-based. And we have service clubs, which are linked to, international service organizations. And of course, you have the gangs, which have a certain appeal to some youngsters. And that's the one we want to direct our youth away from. All the youth organizations offer something to our young people. They offer a sense of identity. They offer a sense of purpose. They connect youngsters with a fraternity, a band of brothers or sisters of like mind. The uniformed youth groups have, in addition to those things, a set of core values and principles. I'll mention the recognized uniform youth groups that are operating in Jamaica. And some persons have questioned, what has happened to all the uniform groups? Because I used to see them more when they were youngsters. I want to say they are still alive and well, but a number of them are struggling because of lack of leaders to lead these groups. So, what are these groups? A number of these groups have connections with international organizations. They are international in nature. We have the Boys Brigade, the Girls Brigade, the Scout Association, the Girl Guides of Jamaica, the Red Cross, the St. John Ambulance Youth, and then we have some which are homegrown, home-based. And very significantly among them, My colleague panelist was a member of the Jamaica Combined Cadet Force. I was also a part of that. We have the 4-H movement. We have the Intersecondary School Brigade, the National Cadet Corps, and the Royal Cadet Corps. These are the recognized uniformed youth groups. And all of these groups, I said, have a set of core values dealing with discipline, integrity, honor, loyalty, commitment, service, honesty, courage. These are the sort of values which are molded to build character among our young people. They also offer a certain amount of adventure to our young people. And these uniformed youth groups are vital for molding character in our youngsters and creating a sense of belonging, as I said, a sense of purpose, but importantly, harnessing and developing leadership potential. You need not go any further than right on our panel today, as you have heard my colleague panelist here saying that he came up in the cadet force and being promoted to the rank of Lance Corporal would have given him a greater sense of responsibility and authority, and it would have helped to mold his leadership. I can speak of my own experience in the cadet force, having gone from the ranks of cadet up to sergeant major. And because of the exposure to leadership that you get in a uniformed youth groups, students coming up through these groups are usually targeted for other leadership positions in school. I myself became head boy of the Manning School, and it's because of the exposure that I received in the cadet unit. I shouldn't just say a number, many of our officers in the Jamaica Defense Force came up through the combined cadet force. The last chief of defense staff was himself a cadet sergeant major. And so we see the value of the uniformed youth groups. But it's not only in the cadet force. We find the same thing in the boys' brigade, the girls' brigade, the Girl Guides, the Scout Association. They mold leaders. They mold citizens of character. They instill in our youngsters a sense of commitment and loyalty, and the idea that we have to give back to the society. We have to give back to our organizations. So I advocate for uniformed youth groups because of the core values that they embrace. But there are other youth organizations which offer our youngsters something to be attached to, something to find identity in. And as I mentioned, there are the community youth groups. The police is involved in spearheading youth groups in a number of communities. There are the church youth groups, which are also important. And my encouragement is that we lend more support to our youth organizations. They are staffed primarily by volunteers, but those who have anything to do with voluntary organizations also know that you need a core of professionals to help to sustain these organizations. And quite often the resources are not there to support the employment of persons to do the day-to-day routine that is necessary to keep our youth organizations going. The Ministry of Education recognizes the importance of the uniform youth groups, the co-curricular activities which are offered by these groups, and is now mandating uniform youth groups to expand in our schools, in our churches, and in our communities. And the aim is to double the number of participants in youth groups, in uniform youth groups, within the next 3 years. A main limitation on our ability to achieve that is the volunteer corps to lead these organizations. And so I will make this appeal here because the Chamber of Commerce is present. We are going to need a cadre of responsible adults to offer themselves as leaders for these groups, whether it is going to be with the Cadet Force, St. John Ambulance, the Scout Association, the Red Cross, the Girl Guides, Boys Brigade or Girls Brigade. We are going to need persons who can commit a couple hours each week to help to lead these organizations. Because whether you go to the school, to the church, or to the community, leadership is what is lacking now. We need persons who can volunteer. If a company can release some employees a couple hours per week, this would be a great service to the nation. And so I am going to close with that appeal as I continue to commend our uniformed youth groups as worthy of our wholehearted support for the value they bring to the development of the youth of this country, and to appeal to our adults to volunteer some more time, offer yourselves to be trained and to be made available as leaders in these organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as you see, everyone, youth reshaping our future through youth empowerment, mental health, opportunities, and engagement. We need more youth leaders to show young people that they can take a different path. And again, engagement. For me, I was in Red Cross and Girls Guide, and I wish they could actually make, after-school activities mandatory in our schools, because that's a lot of the time when these young people are getting into trouble. So I'm going to ask each panelist to just give just 1 minute. We're short on time. Just give us a quick 1 minute synopsis of what solution you think we need to put in place in terms of your respective areas.
So I want to say that we need to take a biopsychosocial approach to understanding crime and violence in the society, because we tend to focus more on the environmental piece, but we want to also realize that violence can come as a result of mental health issues. And so we want parents, teachers to become aware of that. When they see children who are presenting with behavioral problems, don't just label them as children who are uncontrollable, but begin to frame the fact that they could also have mental health concerns, make the referrals to the appropriate entities, like our child and adolescent mental health services, where we assess, diagnose, and begin an extensive treatment of the children who come under our care. We inform teachers, the parents, and so we take this holistic approach to helping children who may be presenting with these difficulties.
Okay, I think while we seek to cauterize the bleeding wounds caused by crime and violence, we also need to find a way to stop the injury in the first place. I think we need to go back to basics. We need to go back and revisit even the curricula that is being taught in schools. we cannot continue to do the same things the same way and expect to get different results. We need to equip our young people with strategies that will allow them to increase their level of self-worth, for them to see that they are more than just a name on a register, or they may just be more than an ID number, but there is so much more that they can be. So apart from the math and the science and the other granular subjects, we need to empower them with survival skills. We need to show them how to navigate the new normal, and so that we can have them being crafted into worthwhile citizens from the embryonic stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McIntyre?
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So my charge to you this morning, and especially the young people, is to take personal responsibility. Because if we look at the facts, we're not short of initiatives, we're not short of persons willing to put their lives out there for other persons. What we're short of is personal responsibility, taking that choice. Because we have to first view security for what it is. Right? It is first a personal right and responsibility for you to take that. Because when you look at it as not your business, then you can do something that affects somebody else, and that has repercussions all over. So first look at it from that lens, that I first have to take responsibility to not harm this person, or to not go out there and cause problem. Right? So I want you to recite after me, students. Take personal responsibility. Again, take personal responsibility. Your choices, your consequences. Your choices, your consequences. Students, I leave you on that, because you will continue to see the effects, ripple effects of whatever you do in your immediate surroundings. And once you can understand how that, the causation and effect of that, then I think that is a fundamental personal step for us to combat this whole issue of crime and violence. Thank you.
I'd like to say to young people in the room, make sure you get attached to one of these youth organizations that we have mentioned. They are the uniformed youth groups, they are the youth clubs in churches and communities, they're marching bands, which I hadn't mentioned. Your prospects are improved when you are attached to a youth organization that can help to build and mold your character and launch you into your adult life. And I'd like to also say that the Minister of Youth, Minister of Education, Youth, yes, has mandated the uniformed groups to expand, to double our reach. And so I'm calling on the adults here to make yourselves available, to be trained for leadership, to allow the uniformed youth groups to ensure we can fulfill the mandate of the minister and ensure that every youth has an option, whether it will be the cadet, boys, girls brigade, girl guides, what have you, to ensure every youth has an option for a uniform group that they can join. Thank you.
Thank you. And my closing words, that the future is ours. We may not be able to reach the persons, we may not be able to change the persons who have already gone into a life of crime. But here is an opportunity for us to create a new Jamaica. It's for all of us to see the Jamaica that we want to live in, and to work together as citizens through collective security and empowering our youth to create a secure Jamaica. Thank you, everyone.
And thank you so much, Dr. Sheridine Lee, for doing more than what she just did here, but putting together this panel. She's a member of the planning committee, so please do show your appreciation. Thanks to the panelists, Dr. Pernell Bell, Ms. K. Marie You're not Miss K. Marie Forbes. Me know K. Marie Forbes. My apologies. I will figure it out in a minute. Oral Khan and Mr. Nicholas James McIntyre. Thank you so much. We are going to ask that we take only 10 minutes for break. 10 minutes. Break is already set. When you go out, if you take a right, the restrooms are to your left for those who need to refresh themselves. And then there is the coffee break, and we ask that we rejoin here at 10 minutes past 11 for our second panel. Janet has...
Yes, before the people leave the room, I want to say something. Thank you very much. I want to make an announcement because we should have done it earlier this morning. When we were talking about the type of partnerships that we have forged, I want to just mention that the Western Medical Association and the physicians that are attached to that association have also agreed to work with us to get young people into a place where they will not look towards crime. That was Dr. Lee's doing. Thank you again, Dr. Lee.
Thanks, Janet. And Carol has extended her hand of forgiveness for my, human error. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can we rely on each other to make a concerted effort to be back here within 10 minutes? Okay. We'll try, we will. start. The moderators know that they should do that when it was time. Thank you. It's okay. Clyde.
We can do this alone. Mobile Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If you're listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure, oppression. Me want to see clear skies, no want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater.
Me? Good morning again. Thank you so much for taking 10 extra minutes for your break time. I'm very, very happy you were able to refresh yourselves. Show ready for start. You know it's day. You know no matter how good the artists them go on a stage in the night. So let's say with their Sumfest, Africa just perform. MC say show just a start. Then Capleton come out, show ready now. So you know it is in music. The show ready now. We're ready to go. For those joining us on Zoomland, conversation is we're looking at music violence and peace building. And I'm just going to go in that order. It's not in order of importance at all. Mr. Ewan Simpson, who catches on the edge right over there, is an attorney, is a musician who practices a little law on the side. He's the chairman of the Jamaica Reggae Industry Association. I'm a long-time friend from Clarendon, you know it is. Beside him, the man who not say nothing much but do so much, Down Sound, Sumfest, many, many things. Member of the, you still at Entertainment Advisory Board, Joe? You still with them people there? Member of the Entertainment Advisory Board, Mr. Joe Bogdanovich. And beside him, today, she's Ventrice Morgan, suit and heels to boot. Other times, she is our own artist, advocate, Queen Africa. Make her welcome. Uno clap she and never. Uno see them stay. Uno not clap them. Demand them too. You understand? Home girl. And beside me, probably the oldest one on the stage. Looking the youngest, Mr. Clyde Mackenzie, Director of Magnificent Ideas Limited. He's co-managed Lady Saw, Tantra Metro and Devante and Miss Sting. Clyde, when I heard about him first, I heard about IRA FM, responsible for that phenomenal success as general manager of putting that station that brought our music to the world in a different kind of way from Jamaica. Clyde, give thanks for sharing space. As old as you are. And I'm Colleen Douglas from Panama. No, I just want to start this panel by asking our panelists to respond to this question. And I actually wanted to preface this conversation by saying, when I was pregnant, a lot of people talk about music and its connection to babies and music and its connection to our brains and how much it makes Pitney bright when they listen to these things. So if we say and accept the science that music affects us emotionally and it affects how we think, then is it not fair to say that the music that we make affects society? And so I just wanted to start that conversation within that kind of context and ask the panelists. Perhaps I will start with you, Africa, as the artist. Do you really believe there's a connection between music and violence? There is a mic just.
The question is asked already. Is there a connection between music and violence? Good morning. It's morning still, right? Good morning, everybody. Okay, I mean, I could just go ahead and say yes and put down back the mic. But you're not staying. But I'm not staying, so. Music really has, I think, the strongest connection in terms of how violence plays out among our inner city, or just young people, or just people in general, especially for here in Jamaica. Music is what influences us the most. Music is the go-to for everything that we do as a nation. And over time, we have seen where there are elements of our society that you could say have noticed this and have capitalized on using it in that negative sense, because it is allowed, the negative aspects of the music is allowed to spread very widely among these communities that we are very much so concerned about here today. So I think that if with what we're planning on doing, because I don't plan to come here and sit and just talk and then we go back, I think music should be one of the greatest tools, and the players in music should be the instruments that we think of when we talk about going into these communities to really get that change that we want.
Give thanks, Africa. Joe, I'm coming over. You do that thing. I always remember, we talk about Blackwell a lot in the music circle, and I always remember an interview, he says that I'd never go into that kind of show business where I'm putting on shows. You invest in that. You see the audiences those big shows attract. What's that power? How do you use that power to stem crime, violence?
Well, good evening, everybody, or good night, or good morning,
It's morning
depending on
here.
what planet you're on. Yes. You know, music is something that everybody listens to in the world, since there are little kids to big kids. And I think that when you do, the thing that really turns me on about doing big music shows is the power of music and the power of production and of the magic of great music and how it can transcend your spirit. And reggae music, no matter what they say about it, they love it all over the world. Big up to reggae music. Yeah. And that's real. That's real. They talk about Afro beats, and Afro beats is good thing for Africa and good thing for the world. But you know, this reggae music is in the fact that when we saw it at the Academy, the Grammys, with Soulja winning that thing, and people here in this country say a lot of negative things about that, but boy, I don't understand that, because here's reggae music being spread around the world, and people, and that band works hard. They do a lot of hard work to get there, and it takes hard work to win. So when it comes to the violent issue, you know, there's music all over the world, and there's very bad violence all over the world. And it's unbelievable what's going on in the international market. So I think that we just have to make better music, be more committed to the good things and the things that transform people into a better space so you can release yourself and get inspired to make the world a better place.
Give thanks, Joe. Clyde.
First of all, good morning. Colleen, I want to thank you for conferring me with that seniority. I would like to say that over the years, in fact, over the centuries, we've been having discussions as to the impact of music on society, on human behavior. It's nothing new. In point of fact, the discussion about lyrical content might be relatively new, maybe a couple of 100 years. But, I mean, for centuries, people have been talking about the structure of music and how it influences human behavior. I think, though, while there is clearly a correlation between music, content, and human behavior, I think perhaps we should shift the focus a bit away from content and place the emphasis more on context. What do I mean by that? I think quite often we tend to reflect on the damages that lyrics and all of these things can do to society. But I don't think we have been placing enough emphasis on the things that we can use music to do in order to change society. And that's very important. Because I think if we begin to shift the focus on the context and how we can use music, and not necessarily just the content, but structures which surround music as a means of social intervention, I think we might be on our way to a solution. Now, music and entertainment products have a way of uniting and bringing people together. Have we been using music sufficiently as a tool for bringing people together? I'm not sure we have been. How much have we been using music as a way of positively and consciously creating employment, which is one of the main ways of keeping people away from crime and violence? If we can find a way to keep people employed, then we can find a way of minimizing crime and violence. But we've not been approaching this in a very structured way. We've not been going into the communities. And one of the things I find, for example, is that we have been staying up there and dropping bombs instead of inserting ground troops. We need to get down and dirty if we're going to solve this problem. You can't deal with airstrikes. And what is happening is that there is a social distance between a lot of the people who are offering solutions and the people who should be a part of the solution. And unless you have some kind of dialogue, unless you have some kind of understanding, of some building trust between these people, we're not going to get anywhere.
Thank you, Clyde. You on your own thoughts as we go around in circle about music and violence.
Good morning, everybody. Greetings. Thanks for having me. Now, I'm going to pick up from where Clyde left off in particular, because Clyde went to context. It is very easy for a society to ostracize musicians and consume music, and we've become very good at it. We create it we place it in a foreign context. Those people who make music over there, and Clyde and Africa and Joe will agree with me. We sometimes feel like we are from a different part of society. At the end of the day, all of society consumes music in one way or the other. And so, when we decide we're going to consume it, what are we consuming in large quantities? What are our children and our sisters and brothers and so on consuming? What are our radio stations consuming or presenting for consumption? What is corporate Jamaica investing in? At the end of the day, music for a lot of people is not just an opportunity to be seen, but it is an investment. It is business. It is what they live from. And when we talk about using music to curb social ills, we must remember that we have a lot of people who need a way out. What are they going to go to? They're going to go to the music that sells. If a lot of people are consuming a particular kind of music, then they're going to sell that. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, because the more you talk about one kind of a thing and the more you use the energy from one particular kind of music, then more people behind them follow with that. So, without stretching it for too long, I'm saying music is also medicine. What are we feeding the brains of people? Good? Let's not just say, okay, them doing that over there and win a business. We need to be surgical, ground troops, as Clyde has put it, and invest in people who will produce excellent music, invest our money in excellent music, and literally crowd out that which we believe is unhealthy. I'm starting with that solution.
Thank you very much, Johan. I want to go to the notion of reggae is a music of peace and love. The fact that we know that the music has been used across the world to unite, to connect ones. We've seen it, the calls for music in South Africa, where our music was used for peace. I mean, they have programs, Music for Peace. How can we talk a little bit about, and I kind of noticed you, and while you were speaking about the responsibility, as you tapped into context, but what is the responsibility of producers, writers, and the artists to use their influence, because we can't deny the strong influence in writing the right lyrics, or when I say the right lyrics, lyrics that can actually impact peace, can help to build nations. Clyde is taking up his mic. You've produced a lot.
I think we have to look at this problem from a number of different angles, Colleen. And I think part of the thing in terms of identifying a solution is you have to interrogate the function of art. It's a lofty kind of thing, but it really is. What really is the function of art in society? And art serves a number of purposes. One of the purposes it serves is to preserve, to perpetuate the immediate. So we capture things that fascinate us, and we want to prolong that experience. So we capture it in a work of art. So part of it is preservation. There's also the cathartic function of art, where people use art to purge themselves. And in some instances, when we purge ourselves, we damage society, because it's as if you are retching, and people seeing you retch, I mean, they resile. So sometimes in your efforts to purge yourself, you can damage society. Now, we have to understand that in many instances, people use art to come to terms with their concerns. So when you see violence sometimes in music, what it is a question of people trying to come to terms with their realities. And that happens, for example, when you see violence sometimes, a man, you hear a youngster quarreling about and targeting particular groups of society for their venom. And it is a way of visiting metaphorical violence on people sometimes in instances where they cannot carry out the actual physical type of violence. And in a lot of instances, art forestalls and prevents people from doing these things, because when you clear your chest and you feel good, that boy, all right, I said this thing about John, I don't need to chop him up again. So the violence sometimes in the music can be a way of addressing issues in a metaphorical sense without having to commit actual violence. So we have to look at it on a multifaceted level. And therefore, I mean, that will determine what kind of intervention we're going to make. And so, if we see it that way, then I think we are on the start, on the cusp of how we look at dealing with these things. Because one more thing, you have to find out that in many instances, what these youngsters are craving is power. Power in their community. They need recognition. And music sometimes is a quick means of inserting themselves and investing themselves with power. And I'll take it up from there, but I'll leave it for the other panelists to speak.
Yes. I'd like to continue on what you're saying. For me, as an artist, right, I'm very much misunderstood. For most of my career, I have been misunderstood. And I think it's because I've never come out and tell people directly why I choose to do music the way I do it. And I can say a little bit based on what Clyde just said about how we use as artists. I think artists are the most traumatized human beings. People who do art, if you check their life stories and the personal things that they battle with, it gives me a solution that I work with personally for myself. I call it, artists are humans that goes through the worst things so that regular humans can see that you can go through the worst things and still become something of yourself. So when I came into music as a heavily traumatized individual. I've been going through so much since I was born as a little girl in this country. And most of my trauma is around sexual misconduct from adults around me who were supposed to be my protectors. And my insecurity started there because there wasn't enough people around me to trust, to go to. So I'd have an incident and I'd need someone to talk to, and you talk to somebody and that somebody would tell somebody else what you said, and the problem does not fix, and you still have the issue dealing with. Now, as a person who finds yourself with talent in a situation like that, you now start to brag about the creative rights that you have, how you choose to use your talent, what you use your talent to do, now becomes your responsibility, and you feel like you can do whatever with that talent based on what you've been through in your personal life. And this is where I come in now to say, it doesn't matter what you've been through in your personal life. We all have a responsibility once we become public figures to the people who are vulnerable to us, who see us as gods, who see us as this light, who see us as this way out of their darkness that they are experiencing. So this is why I'm always on my fellow artists and performers, that as much as you have the right to do your creative stuff the way you feel and see fit, there's a society that's mirroring what you do in that immediacy of it. And until we really realize this, we're going to have kids turning up in school with not only guard rings and killing each other, but it could be whatever the fad is in the moment. And if we're at the stage now where the things that are influencing our kids are getting to this level where as soon as school was locked down for so long, music was what they were a part of. They were involved in listening to everything that was happening on the internet. Now we see that trauma, it's trauma that is being played. I must agree again with Dr. Bell. It's trauma that is being played out among these individuals. Anyone you see act out, a person in their normal sense of self does not have a need to want to act out on every occasion. So you need to look at what's causing this person to be acting out in that way. And I say music is the best way to help with that, because I could come and say I was raped many times, people had sex with me against my will many times. So therefore I could say to a little young girl listening to me right now who maybe have had that kind of experience or know somebody, that I can do whatever because people do whatever with me, so I can do whatever I feel. If you can break up on that mindset, then you begin to start to help not only yourself, but those immediately around you.
Some powerful words, Africa. I completely agree that artists have their own trauma. And Clyde, I'm happy you brought that point about that they're coming to terms with their own, because we say art loosely, but it's a lot of heart for those who do art. But if art is what makes us most human, if it is art that is responsible for that thing that we call empathy, then what do you do? And both Johan and Joe, the positions you're in, Joe, the position of the artists you select for shows, the artists you select for your company, what do you do? What can you actively do to help stem this?
Well, what we do is we make the artists feel very comfortable. We protect the artists when they come into our arena. From the very first time they step into the arena, they come backstage, they're completely relaxed, whether they have a big posse around with them and the people are kind of fired up. We make sure that everybody is cool and protected. A lot of TLC there, okay? And then we have a venue that's absolutely beautiful. And it's something that inspires the artist to do the best performance that they've ever done. And it happens every year. The artists come back and they're just so happy and they do good interviews and it's just nothing but positive energy, constructive energy. And when we have problems with an artist that's maybe stepping over the edge a little bit, we tend to look at them because we have a good relationship and calm them down. You have to hold on and give them nothing but support in order. What we do is we curb violence by making a safe, beautiful, magical performance space with a lot of people there, and magic happens. And I'll give you an example. For example, in 2019 with Reggae Sumfest, it was the biggest crowd in history in Jamaica. And what I mean by that, it was like sardines in a very small can. And there wasn't any violence, there wasn't any incidents. Well, maybe they couldn't get to the bar, so, you know, they couldn't drink too much. I don't know. I feel like I'm protected by a lot of angels. So, all I can tell you is that as a promoter and as a producer, the artist is king and queen. So, you got to be able to understand the problems with the artist and how to guide them in ways that they can have a longer career, and especially with the young ones that are pretty fired up and never been on the power of a big stage and the power that goes with it. And you have to have a team, a very good team that understands that anything can go wrong at any time, and you have to protect the artist. Simple.
It's interesting because I've taken off my glasses because my notes have become useless. Because when we had this conversation oral, we put the responsibility on the artists. And then when Clyde made the reference to their own realities and their own traumas, it now brings something else. So if we're healing the messenger, what will happen if we start with the ones who are bringing the message to the world, making sure that they are healed? And I share a personal experience before I go to you on. Africa can remember, Janet too. We're at Sumfest, she's on stage, and somehow in that moment when she started, Daddy Don't Touch Me There, it became a trigger for me. Not for me personally, but just because somebody was standing beside me who I knew had that experience, and I'm watching her, and it triggered and I couldn't stop crying. She came off the stage and she held me, and people started to say, "She okay?" And Janet said, "Colleen, what happened to you?" Somebody said, "A rape, she did get raped." But in that moment, I was completely triggered. And Africa saw me from stage and she came to me, even as the artist. And so when we talk about what happens in these spaces, we have to be mindful of what the music is actually doing to people and how we are able to help those who are being affected in that moment. So I appreciated that space that Joe mentioned that he gives to artists at these shows, and the space that you give to them that is safe for them to produce the best. And so Johan, as the chairman of Jamaica Reggae Industry Association, you have access to artists, producers, engineers, the managers. What do you propose we do?
There's a lot that has been done. I mean, my colleagues here have spoken about the context, the philosophy, and so on. And there's a lot more to be done. Part of the challenge is that until we have these kinds of honest conversations in spaces where the financiers of it, the producers of it, the consumers of it, the educators around it understand that it is nuanced. It is not either you're worthless or you're great. It is not that you're bright so you don't bother with music or you do music as a hobby. And if you're dunce, you do music as a last resort. If we understand that it is nuanced, that it is medicinal, that music is medicinal, and the same way we encourage those who we believe are very brilliant to go into traditional medicine, that what Africa does is actual physical healing on a stage that is prepared by Joe with philosophy that is produced by Clyde. If we see it that way, then we will understand why people will travel from Australia to a festival in Jamaica just to stand bare-chested and look at the sky. And so, one of the things that Jaria is trying to do is to bring all the parts together. If our educational curriculum is looking down on music or seeing it as an option or as a last resort or as one of those other things, then the kind of scholarship that is required to clinically address the ills of society is not going to be applied. And that's a significant challenge. If students who are interested in music cannot find an academic space within which to assess the effects of their lyrics and to know the balance between the artist retching and the artist providing an opportunity for the audience to retch. Because it is very important that we do both of them. Good? So that is one of the things that Jaria is trying to make sure that we can provide the space for, bringing everybody together.
Give thanks, Johan. I am going to invite those of us. If you're on Zoom, you may send a note in the chat, so we will take it so that the panelists can address. And for those in the audience, we have a roving mic. We should be able to take 2 questions from either side of the room, so 4. So think about it. We want you to share your own thoughts, ask questions from the panelists. But I wanted to say, when we think about what happens in our communities, when we go to a dance and you hear the gun lyrics, them are shot, and the way people are responding to it. When we know that in wars we can use music to motivate the soldiers, but we can also use music to spread propaganda, I'm still saying, how do we fix the part of it that what we are producing is inspiring and not telling people to kill each other? And you don't have to agree with me. Yes, Clyde.
So I keep talking about context because I think if we change the context, we might go far away in changing the content. There are certain things that have resonance because of the particular context in which they are provided. And so in a violence-ridden society, violent lyrics resonate. It's a circular kind of situation. But I want to say something because I go back to the issue of context. this entertainment business, music, as a business, it has perhaps the greatest absorptive capacity. You can be a teacher and you can be in the music business, because you can be a tutor for people who are on the road with artists, with their children. You have entertainment attorneys, people like you, and who knows about the entertainment business and can advise you in a specific area. I'm not going into court, go fight now. Go represent a criminal, right? His thing is, I'm going to advise you, maybe, listen, this is how you do this or that or that. Now, you can be a carpenter, a cosmetologist, a videographer. There is hardly any other area, maybe outside of the army, and I don't even think the army has that kind of absorptive capacity. Now, what you have to do is you have to make sure that, yes, so we're talking about the artist and the front line, but how do you engage a group of people, unattached people, who want a sense of independence because they don't want to work for no boy? And working in the entertainment industry offers you that kind of, because it's a gig economy. And so it allows you to go and work, and you're not working for anybody, you're working for yourself. Now, that provides a tremendous opportunity. Now, if you can say to youngsters that, look, you don't have to, you're not going to be Africa or, Chronics or whoever, or you're not going to be like you want to play the drum, right? But here is an opportunity for you to get in the business, and you see, you as a cosmetologist, you can go now, and start engaging people in the entertainment business and so on and so forth and so forth. In other words, if you can show people the possibilities within that industry, and it's not just about singing. So, that's an educational process. It's a socialization process. I'm going to give you a little anecdote of something I saw, and how violence is sometimes inadvertently encouraged by structures that we have. You have people who hang around artists, right? Many times, and bad man always like to hang around artists under the guise that he or she is providing protection. I always tell people that one of the things about bad people and communities is that they are very tricky, in that they make you believe that they are protecting you when it is the community which is protecting them. And if the community stops protecting them, there is no protection for them, But they give us the impression all the while that, no man, we are the ones protecting you. And so you must therefore support us. And I saw this play out with artists that I managed, where you would have these hangers on, and they would come around, and they had a vested interest in having disturbance. Why? They had no other meaningful role. They could not lift a box. They could not do anything else but be a violence producer. So what did? They would always come to the artist. Yo, boss, me just long Africa, me hear she dog, you know, Rasta. Yeah, man, she'll say he's the worst thing. You know what that means? He's providing justification for his existence. Because right away now, he's now part of the defense mechanism for the artist, because he now tells the artist that this person is against him, and we need to fight against that person. And I'm saying, if you had a meaningful role for that person, where he now didn't see himself as part of this security apparatus, but now as somebody who is earning a living and who is doing something meaningful, we'd have changed the narrative.
And to just agree with that, Clive, the artist is a natural born leader in a sense. So people are going to naturally gravitate to that artist, especially if the people coming around, a lot of them are coming from the communities that these artists come up out of. So it's a sense of belonging, it's a sense of this person is from where I am from, and now I get to be around this person. A lot of people come around me since I became this Queen Africa. Dangerous, dark people, but we show light on them. Thank you, babes. We showed them that, yes, you're coming with what you have, but this is what I have to give you.
And don't isolate them.
Don't isolate them. And you know, and this is why I will come back to our artists to say that it boils down to you now to say, what do you want in your surroundings? You can always say, as an artist, you can't decide who come around or why them come around, but you have the right to protect your reputation and what it is that you are trying to project to your audience. So don't have a man around you that you see behaving in a particular pattern and it continues, but because you're this big star, you get somebody else probably to look at it. You should have enough time as the leader of that surroundings to pay closer attention to the people who come into your pack, because you're now a pack leader. And if the pack leader isn't intact, then the entire following is going to be all over the place. And that is why you find that a lot of these artists end up losing these people that come around them, because they did not have enough patience to stop and to give them the responsibility Clive is talking about, have them doing other things than just being a follower, you know what I mean? And I think that's a very great point in terms of how we move forward with getting our artists to understand what real true power is. And that's it right there, the ability to gather an audience and to then disperse that audience into different areas of society to have them do the things that you'd like to see, that you'd like to project through your music. That's a bigger army right there.
You want to jump on?
Yeah, I want to jump in because I agree wholeheartedly with Africa and Clyde on this. The expansion of that conversation, though, in terms of empowerment, is that at the end of the day, if the artist does not feel secure at many different levels, he can't provide security for the people around him or her. He has to first feel secure. And what is the security that I am talking about at this point? There needs to be structure around that artist. So the artist knows who to trust, who will handle this, who will take care of all of these things. And it goes back into the cycle. Africa spoke about it, Clyde spoke about it. But also Joe spoke about it in respect of how he does his shows. The right people in the right places help to keep structure and security. Otherwise, a man going to come around because he wants to be relevant and he's going to tell you a story and he's going to create a void that he also fills, and it becomes this never-ending cycle of confusion. Good? But more significantly for me, I want us to ask ourselves, what support can I give to the artist that keeps his surroundings clean? What support can I give that keeps his surroundings clean? Can I send him somebody who can read something as basic as that? Who can read? Because there are people, and the psychologists will tell you, the medical practitioners will tell you, somebody who can't read is likely to be more violent, regardless of how strategic and skillful he is in other areas. If he cannot read, he's likely to respond more violently. Good? So, well, let me even give an example. I am on a plane with a particular artist going somewhere, and he is given a card. Now, the card is actually complimentary. The card has a whole raft of things that is to his benefit on it, but he can't read it. And what he does, he just take a card and fling it on me and say, man, you look on that and tell me how I am, man. No. I knew he couldn't read, and so I didn't take it personally. I was able to see what's on the card, so I was able to just say to him, well, actually, you know, it's really... Then I made him have to give me some. There's another problem now with just the way the card was given. angry at the fact that he could not instantly absorb what was given to him. Good? Now, if we are not able to read that on the other side of society, all we're going to do is to further ostracize that artist. Good? And quickly before Colleen stopped me, let me go to the other side. As producers of art, we have responsibility. But if we are to properly recognize that there is room for all kinds of art, because it is cathartic in many ways, we will not simply say there is no space in our society for lyrics that are violent, because there is room for it. The question is, where do we put it? Because it is important that some people get that to consume. If all the art that is around them is foreign to their reality, then they're going to stop absorbing it. That's the reality. So we need to decide, one, how do we establish zones and spaces within which certain things can be consumed in a healthy way, with the kind of systems that Joe puts in place, for example, backstage, to calm people, to take them easy. The same things we have to think about when people go to cannabis houses and to different kinds of spaces. We allow people to get that which is good for them medicinally in a context which allows them to not hurt themselves. We have to think about it in a more sophisticated way than we currently do.
And I want to ask, how does the artist and those of us in music and entertainment engage communities?
So, in many instances, I hear conversations about quality of music, and I start thinking about modes of intervention, because in many instances, the criticism takes the form of airstrikes. I am way up there, and I fire a missile down here, rather than engaging you on the ground. Now, a lot of the qualitative issues that we have as they relate to content, I think could be resolved through collaborations, intergenerational, sometimes collaborations between genres. You know, I saw a beautiful collaboration the other day, a remix with Dua Lipa and the Rocket Man with Elton John. And when you look at the Tony Bennett, Lady Gaga kind of an arrangement, and you see what can happen in terms of that kind of intergenerational interaction, in terms of the expansion of markets, in terms of influence, it's amazing. And I don't think we're seeing enough of that, if any. I mean, because, I don't see a Derek Morgan and a Ventris Morgan do a song together.
Trauma.
So I'm going to say, no, but on a what we're talking about, we want to see artists from one generation. So we might be talking about the Joshi and the Skilly Bang and the TG and all of that. Where are they interacting with Beres and Sly and all of these people? Because in many instances, both groups are operating in splendid isolation from each other. And unless you start having that, because Sly and these people, as great as they are, can benefit from an interaction with Skilly and the rest of them. And so too, in terms of understanding the structure of music, and just sometimes by engaging these people and bringing them into your circle, they will want to uphold some of the standards that you espouse, because they start believing that you're part of their circle, or they're part of your circle. But the fact that we are isolating them, we don't have dialogue with them, is part of the problem, because the leadership role that Africa, Ventures today, right? She's Ventures? Yes. The leadership role that she speaks of. Imagine if you can take these artists and you can bring them into your circle where you can start socializing them in certain ways, because many of them are how they are because they've never been properly socialized in the first place. And if you can now start exposing them to certain types of socialization, then they can act as vectors because of their influence in their communities, and they can help to shape and to change the narrative. But if we're going to isolate them, if we're not going to engage with them, if we're just going to see them as pariahs and smut, then all they're going to do, they are going to proliferate and they are going to be indifferent to our concerns.
To add to that, this is where now all these corporate entities that we see flashing across this event is important, because when a giant corporate entity that has immediate direct interaction with an audience partners up with an artist who is partnering up with younger ones that are coming, and you go on a national level where you make sure it's on the national grid, it's reachable to everybody who picks up a gadget or wherever they get their information. And they're going to see a Skillibeng with a Bounty Killer, with a Scotiabank, and the message is going to be, this is how we start unity. Because we're showing that as much as we are corporate and social leaders, we are now coming together to show you that we are united, we are in respect of each other. So this is the examples that we know. Music is a product, the items that we buy from these corporate entities are products, so they all come back to the consumer. It's a responsibility that I think if we're really serious about and go from community to community, see Joe here, and can provide the transportations and for move around. Get into these communities on a one-on-one level and really get the youths to sit in front of us as we are sitting here now. I think that's a really quick, easy, express way of us getting somewhere, you know.
You know, so I'm happy say Africa do that, you know, Joe, because you may come to next as we go to audience to speak about, you know, all these songs, all we're saying, give peace a chance. You remember back in the days when big producers came together, artists came together, write lyrics that was supposed to motivate and to inspire big movements. Joe, you're investing in something like that with the chamber? I know, Joe is accustomed to it.
Could you repeat the question, please?
It's not spelling bee, no, sir. So it's really, what would you invest in? You're investing in a Sumfest. Would you invest in a movement that's going to inspire a community to not take up arms, but to move towards nation building and peace?
Well, we do a lot of that, you know, outside of the entertainment business. I have a very strong relationship with H&L Lumber, and we do a lot of community services around the world. And through Caribbean Love Now, we helped a lot of countries, you know, outside of Jamaica. They're hit by hurricanes and destroyed. And it gets down to the real basics then, when people are wiped out. But I think you also have to remember, when it comes to the struggle of getting violence, reduced violence, and you're dealing with artists that are young and fired up and don't have really a good background of support, as was mentioned earlier, things go in waves, and you have to be able to stick it out. And I think that what happened at the Grammy Awards is a big wake-up call for Jamaican artists, and to get, you know, to understand that the world doesn't just live in Jamaica, although it is the rock.
Johan, if you there a lady had put her. You finished, Joe?
Yeah, I'm finished. Thank you very
I don't know
much.
if you answer my question yet, though, but we can talk after. A lady had her hand up over here. Is somebody walking with the roving mic? And I just got 2 questions from the Zoom. Go ahead, please, ma'am.
Okay, good day. I am very glad that Lady Ventries today opened the door about the community level, because that's where I'm going to was coming from. I'm Dr. Asha Muendo, and I'm the chair for the National Neighborhood Watch Movement across Jamaica. So I am kind of responsible for every parish that is having crime right now. And so I'm going to use two examples. When I was chair for do a lot of work in HIV, and I was chair for the HIV, civil society HIV movement. We had a young man who sang a song which had all my members up in arms, and as the leader, I had to make sure I was up in arms as well. Because sometimes the songs are out there, I don't hear them. But a part of the song he had something about smooth like a baby or something. I don't remember the song now, and I don't want to misquote him, but this song was very controversial. Because he gave the suggestion that you're going to rape a young girl whose body is smooth like a baby or something like that. But we chose an approach when everybody was quarreling, this man should stop singing. I don't even know if he's still singing because I don't remember his name. But the approach we chose was, reach out to the young man himself. Don't talk to his producers, because they want to make money. We reached out to him. He can sing, he had a beautiful voice. Somebody wrote him a song, but as was said, his reading ability was very small. So he knew words, but he couldn't read to pin things together to understand the ramification of his words. When we reached out to him, he didn't even understand what he was singing, and we got somewhere. Another incident we have, and this is what we're going to say, at community level now, the violent music is important. I work with the community for years. And when you have sessions where you start off with some inner city guys, the street guys, you start with a violent music, which is an expression of who they are. That's their trauma-informed self. So you start off with their trauma-informed self, but you bring other positive music in now to take them from where they are, show them other possibilities, and they transform. We did a program in Trelawney in school called Sounds for Change. The song we used was beautifully Queen Africa's song, I Am Ready to Roll, as long as the rule remains the same. We now had to use this song to say, what are the rules that you want to remain the same to roll with? So it's how now we are going to take the music to the youth in the communities on the corner that's going to make a difference. My challenge though in doing this outreach is, when you're going to plan a community session that don't have a lot of funding, and you reach out to the artists, the ones with the positive music are not coming unless you have a certain amount of money, but the ones with the negative music come before you ask them. They volunteer, and they show up. So if we are going to create the change that we are talking about here today, we first need persons with the money, the Sanji Courts, everybody, to be willing to partner with community groups at the grassroots level, as they say, the ground troops level, to make the change we want to see. And we also want artists who, when we ask you to come and we don't have the money, you might have the contact to say to somebody, I want to go down to Lilliput or somewhere else, sponsor me to go do a community work. So that is how we need to come to the table, bringing everybody to the table, and then planning out if we want to see the change we want.
All right, thanks so much for that suggestion. Damian, we can take a question. Well, thanks for the comment, the suggestion, the artists. We hear that. I know some of we might not necessarily agree with all the parts, but let us take Let us take Damian's question, and then, if you don't mind, all of you respond to both the comment, the recommendation, the question. You afraid of Damian? The question over here, and so that we can wrap.
No, Queen Africa, is not that difficult. I really just want to ask you, how do you balance the right to free speech and at the same time the demand to silence some of the violent lyrics, especially given the context of the Jamaican society?
Again, as we're talking about personal responsibility for your actions, whether you are the person consuming the music or the person making it, if you don't understand that you have music that describe and you have music where prescribe. See, I don't agree that Jamaica is naturally a violent place. I will never accept that Jamaica was built on a foundation of violence. I can safely say, though, that violence was embedded into our resistance against violence. Violence was used to stop us from being violent against the things that were coming towards us as a nation, as a people, that we did not want to be a part of. And that is why reggae music, out of every genre of music that we have created in this country, reggae music stand out the loudest and the proudest because of the fact that it came from the gutter, it came from the belly of the suffering, it came from the belly of the resistance. That is where the people went to when they wanted to tell their government officials that they were not welcome into this community. The artists are the one who would hear what the cries were on the ground of the people and would put it to pen and paper, and then the people who weren't aware that maybe Matches Lane was in a particular kind of feud would be looking for where Matches Lane is because they hear this artist singing about that. So this is what we have. We have the greatest teaching tool ever. And yes, people now are trying to censor free speech and how you project the things that you want to say freely from within you, how you feel, and that's fine. But does that fix the issues that will remain after you censor these free speeches, you know? Or what are you censoring it for? What is the reason for, what's the purpose? Because the end goal is so that these beautiful young people that we're trying to talk to understand that you can be 47 like me sitting here and not feel guilty. Not feeling bad that you made it to this far in your age, because we live in a society now where young people are feeling like to make it to 20 is an achievement. And that's something that we should all be panicking about, you know, and it's because of how easy it is with the same prescribing and describing through music and other aspects of our society. They are not even given the opportunity to feel, to think, to explore for themselves, because it's all provided in all the negative ways. So yes, the free speech is sometimes compromised in terms of how the artists projects, and so some of them use that because the negative is welcome and is more accessible. They say, but the people don't want that, some of us give them what they want. But yes, you have that right, but you also have a personal responsibility for the actions that you choose to take in whatever you do.
Yeah. I just want to riff on what Ifrika has just said. Personal responsibility is paramount. I don't believe that people's speech should be regulated except in very narrow circumstances. Because what happens is that once you start legislating and regulating, you go down a slippery slope. So for me, what I think is that you can regulate the spaces, as Yuan has spoken about. And if you regulate the spaces, and if people are taught to be responsible, that in itself can help to regulate what is happening.
All right, Yuan, there's a question here, and then I'm going to ask. We're 5 minutes over time for this panel. So after we take this question, are we able to take one more from this side? So this is the last audience question, and then we'll ask the panelists to respond, but also your wrapping statement. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm sure we can all agree that music influences our society. Clyde touched on a point earlier with respect to essentially what he was saying is that he's not seeing a lot of collaborations with older artists and younger artists, right? And I believe that in any profession, just as in the music industry, mentorship is important. And there's clearly a gap between the older artists, like the Barry Hammond, and the younger artists, the Skilly Bang. Is it that the older artist has have distanced themselves from the younger artists? Or is it that the younger artists are not open to taking guidance, from the older ones? How do we bridge this gap between the older artists and the younger artists? As we can see, the younger artists, a lot of them are singing about crime and violence. A lot of them are, the younger generation are being influenced by these young artists.
Yes.
So how do we, practically speaking, bridge this gap and get some mentorship for the young artists?
Okay, let me use an example. Recently, I had an interview and I was asked, the very thing about the artist who was here before and those coming up. Bounty Killer did a song with Jashi, right? Now, Jashi I love him very much. He's one of our very budding potential superstars out of this country if the same mentorship that you're speaking of is carried out. Now, the song that Bounty Killer did with Jashi is a very serious gun song, right? And while we're just talking about the right for freedom of speech, the right to express through music, the right to be who you are as an artistic person, I was bothered by it as a fellow artist myself. But as the song very nice, it's very catchy, the youths are onto it. But we are here today because of the level of violence that we're seeing played out amongst our young people in particularly. And now if Jashi is coming as a little youth who for the most part did not come into the business with gun lyrics, let me put that out there plain and clear. He's a little youth I was talking about, that he's talking about elevating himself, coming out of the inner city, making his mommy rich, making his family rich, not just doing crime and doing that. If you listen to the songs that this little youth is trying to do, those are the things that's what he's essentially trying to say. So I was to Bounty Killer that as much as I love you and the fact that you have introduced so many great artists into the space, we can name them all. Now you're getting like a grandfather role now. These are great grandchildren that you have now dealing with. We're saying change the strategy a little. Do a little, not even necessarily a cultural song, but do a song that is saying to the youths like Jashi, to the ones that are bigger like you, who Jashi is maybe influenced by that age group. Say, let's change now how we speak to each other in music, so that Bounty now can have the opportunity to say, I let you Vibes Cartel, I let you Movado, I let you Adoni, I let you all of these youths, and I made them do what they wanted to do. Now, as an elder in the industry, I'm saying to you, Jashi, that as much as you have the right to be lyrical and to do all you want to do, let's try to do some of these songs that will elevate your peers' minds so that they don't feel like chopping is the only way out, or the guard rings, or that kind of a mindset. Artists who are willing to take that seriously. The mentorship is not, because a lot of these youths want to come to some of us as elders, but some of us as elders are not approachable. We feel like we've been there, we've done that, we're big already, the whole world know we, and you just need to just work on your thing, get your own foot in, and if it work out, it work out. We have a lot of responsibility where a lot of our elder artists are concerned. I try to reach out to all of these youths. I have all of them numbers in my phone, and I'm trying now to set up a meeting with them so that I can help them to understand that see Vibes them, they see Tamili them, they are in jail. You know what I mean? And we don't know the real reasons why they're there, but they are still very influential even though they are in there. So let's look at what we're doing wrong in the industry and really try to get to these youths who really look up to us the way they do, and that's the only way out.
Give thanks, Africa. You on, and we come back to it.
No, that's a very powerful position from Africa. One of the things that we have to realize is that, and Africa said it earlier too, artists are leaders. They all want their own constituency. Everybody wants it. They're not different from the politicians, by the way. They all want their constituency, and you break it down. If you're not a regional head, you're a member of parliament, or you are a councillor for a division. We are like that. Now, people have struggled in different ways to build their careers. There is very little in terms of a template available for how you do it. So what has been happening is that a lot of people have been taught by the nearest person they can find. Because of that, they don't know what to tell somebody who walks into their office or sees them on the corner and say, how you do this. So they are also uncomfortable with mentorship. Good? Which is a part of the reason why, from the perspective of Jare, and I'm happy that Ventures is moving in that direction, because we want to give that a lot of support as well. It is important for us to have the open conversation, to sit down and reason with certain people and to say, here is a structure that you can try. Here is something that you can do to provide yourself with a way out that reduces the risk of becoming the next prison statistic or the next murder or reprisal statistic. When you think about it, Tabby was murdered in a drive-by last week, Wednesday, 1 week ago. Good? In a community that he grew up in the same space that inspired the songs that he did. In that same space. And so, while reggae music, we have to remember this, while reggae music is about equal rights and justice, it is also about struggle and triumph. And we have to take all of the elements together. So all of us, and I like saying all of us, and it sounds kind of idealistic, but all of us have to do what Africa is doing and reach out and say, we could try this differently. Let us keep our street cred, but at the same time, keep our freedom.
Give thanks, Johan. Joe, your final words before we part.
See you at Sumfest.
Me could have told you to say that I'm going to do, Clyde, your final words and we wrap.
I want to commend the organizers of this event, Janet et al. You need to take a bow. Before coming on this panel, I heard some very useful and very thought-provoking kinds of intervention. I think what came out of this discussion is also very positive. I think what we need to do now is to execute and execute in a positive way, right? And so I think it's good we have people like Joe here, because he's also involved in a number of different things. And I just want to say something very quickly. Storytelling is going to be a very essential part of this exercise that we're talking about. Audiovisual intervention, how we use music to tell stories in audiovisual presentations. Joe is involved right now in another aspect of the business that we don't know about, which is publishing. A book is coming out and some other books are coming out. And those stories are going to be able to draw on talent from various communities. What we want is to start encouraging people from these communities to tell their stories in ways that it can go out there, because there's a lot of value in Jamaican stories. And I think we need to move on that. Thank you very much.
That concludes this panel. Let me just say thank you to our panelists, Mr. Johan Simpson, Mr. Joe Bogdanovich, Queen Ifrica, and Mr. Clyde Mackenzie for sharing.
Rich panel. Oh my God. Let me tell you something. I have known Queen Ifrica for so many years. I've admired her. I love her. I sing her music. But let me tell you something. Under no circumstances was I ever aware that she had so much passion within and that she was so knowledgeable about the problems that we're facing in this country. I know she knowledgeable because that's why she's on the panel. But she has outdone herself. The one woman that was there that was not the moderator. Big up for me now. Everybody knows Clyde knows the music. So there was no surprise coming from him. And we are grateful, Clyde, that you took the time to be here with us in Montego Bay. Thank you so much. Joe Bogdanovich is one of the busiest men in the world. One of the busiest men in the world. And he found time to sit here with us this morning from 8:30. I think he was probably the second person to arrive. You know what that means to me? Joe Bogdanovich believes in Montego Bay and wants to see a difference. Joe, thank you, my darling. We're looking forward to Reggae Sumfest. You know me, that upon me. You and we're going back from the days of Jamaica Jazz and Blues Festival. That is the kind of knowledge and experience we're talking about with Mr. Simpson. So this team that we put together on the stage here, them probably come together and have over 100 years of experience combined in the music industry. And when you add Colleen Douglas, who managed a number of artists in the past, who has been a publicist for many artists in the past, we had what I would consider one of the best teams that any forum, any summit could ask for. I want to big them up and thank them for the tremendous work that they did here this afternoon. We are going to feed you now because by now you must be hungry. Lunch is buffet style. We are oversubscribed and the possibility exists that some people might not get any seat. But we are going to let our guests eat first. I'm asking the directors of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce to stay back and allow our guests to eat first. If we get any other scraps afterwards, we're doing well. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. We'll meet you back here by 1:30. Or we might have to extend it a little bit, but we look good. We look good. Thank you.
know. So, as you wave and you walk towards me, I have a special announcement. There's a very big basket floating around. It's my handbag. I cannot find it. And I'm very distressed. So if you see it anywhere, it is, oh, thank you. Thank you so much. My notes tonight. Give it to Reverend, make him carry it to me. I'm sorry. And she went down on her knees to pray, and what happened? She felt the penny. So, give thanks. A pastor found my bag. I'm blessed and highly favored. Can you imagine that power? If we lose things in our community and we just ask for it and it's given to you? Are my notes them here? Oh, they are mine. Any member of the Chamber of Commerce in here would be kind enough to just tell everyone on the outside to come in? Or may I go draw for Queen Ifrica? They're all inside? Everton, me love you. See, look how you just come up without me.
Mobile Chamber of Commerce united, we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me all and me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security will come. Me no want see no guns, no all the papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listen in, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Yeah. Make it
I can see clearly. Give thanks. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for the tech team who've been working hard to make this run smoothly. For those who are just joining us, welcome to the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce and Industry Security Summit. We have been here since 8:30 this morning, and we've had some wonderful talks all day, talks that will be put into action. We know it's not going to happen overnight, but it's a start. So thank you. We hope you've been well fed. We hope that you have done all the domestics, and we will sit still for the next hour or so. I take this opportunity to introduce this wonderful moderator who is coming. But I wanted to say quickly that when I thought about this panel last night, because I never go to my bed too early, I said the church has always played a significant role in nation building. When I was doing history, I remember, where did the Jamaican slaves, formerly enslaved people, go after the Declaration of Freedom? They dressed up, they went to church. So church has played a major role from them timely. And it's for some of us a kind of a salve, a haven for some, as they try to take us to heaven. It's our earthly salve, our earthly haven. And so it's important that we think about the church in this context, and as we prepare to start this panel, we think about the challenge for the churches in 2022 is more than providing education and creating a safe space, but it's about fostering a kind of godly society and building capacities so that we can have this place that we want to grow our children. So, Mr. Everton, who is going to, Reverend Everton Jackson, I don't know what's happening to me. I can't see when I have on my glasses, but I can't read without the glasses. I'm so sorry. Reverend Everton Jackson is the Director of Integral Mission, the Baptist World Alliance. He's a former chair of the Peace Management Initiative, former ambassador for violence prevention, and he's the former pastor of Calvary Circuit Baptist Churches, and he will take us through this session, the role of the church in collective security. Please make them welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Colleen. You are in a category all by yourself. Welcome everyone to this, the third panel discussion for today and the last. We have an awesome responsibility to keep you all awake, given the fact that you have just eaten. But with God, all things are possible. As you would have noticed on your programs, that the topic that we will be unpacking is the role of the church in collective security. Normally, when some people think about the church, they think about the church in an insular and a parochial way. But this afternoon, when we talk about the church, we're not going to talk about the church from a denominational perspective. We're going to talk about the church ecumenically, the church fraternally, meaning whichever church communion that we are aligned with, we are going to see ourselves as a part of the body of Christ, whether we worship on Saturday or Sunday. So we want to establish that from the very beginning of this panel discussion, that we are not here to promote doctrinal views, doctrinal positions, but rather we are here to engage in a conversation with the hope that at the end of this conversation, we'll be able to have a better sense as to what are the contributory factors to crime and violence, how has the church been responding to the reality of crime and violence in our society, and thinking outside of the box. What are the proposals that we would want to bring to the table, not only from the panelists, but also from you? And now we have a distinguished panel of dignified church people here. They are going to assist us. They are going to assist us to unpack our topic for this afternoon. I'd like to introduce to you Reverend Peter Burnett, pastor of Send the Light Ministries and the president of the Emmanuel Caribbean University. Having served as a drug and violence prevention coordinator in the counties of Hendry, Lee, and Sarasota and Charlotte in Florida, USA, the Reverend Mr. Burnett, I would submit, is eminently qualified to serve on this panel. Next to Reverend Burnett, we have a young man, Mr. Vijay Stedman, a graduate of Farm Primary and Junior High School and Antrovy High School. Vijay Stedman knew the struggles of overcoming challenges, having grown up in Green Pond, one of St. James' difficult communities. Determined to succeed, he pursued CAPE at Herbert Morrison High School and is today a proud second-year student at the College of Theological and Interdisciplinary Studies. He brings to the panel the views and the perspectives of the younger generations. Then beside him we have Reverend Barbara Mesado. Reverend Barbara Mesado graduated in 2004 from the Caribbean Wesleyan College and was ordained in 2007. She is currently the pastor of Green Pond Wesleyan Holiness Church since 2005, as well as assistant director, district superintendent rather, of Northern Jamaica District, consisting of St. James and Trelawney. Given her pastoral experience, as well as her role as a justice of the peace, she is more than qualified to make an invaluable contribution to this panel. And finally, next to her, we have Bishop Howard Nelson, an ordained bishop of the New Testament Church of God. Pastor Howard Nelson hails from Trench Town, Kingston, where he came face to face with hardcore criminality. However, from an early age of 6, he gave his life to the Lord and was able to survive the challenges of inner city life. He received his professional training in theology, counseling, and accounting. Currently, he is pastor for Lilliput New Testament Church of God. Based on his experience in inner city life, he is well positioned to steer unattached the youth from a life of crime and violence. His experience will certainly prove beneficial to this panel. So, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you now to give the panelists a round of applause as we welcome them. And now it is time for conversation and discussion. And so I'm going to invite each panelist to present his or her opening remarks in not more than 5 minutes. And after that, then I will be guiding the conversation with some guided questions, after which we will invite your participation in the conversation. And so, over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon. I'm really happy to also represent Morant Bay High School. Here, you mentioned about your high school up in St. Thomas. I want you to imagine something. Imagine a land, a safe land, a free people, a people with light, a people with wise leaders, a land of justice for all, a truthful people with love, ownership, and responsibility for the land. I want you to imagine a place of true respect for all, a place of response to duty's call, a place where the weak are cherished and not crushed, a place of vision, of knowledge, and of wisdom. I believe our forefathers believed that the church had a role to play in the security of the nation. And that is why our national anthem is indeed a prayer to God, our eternal Father. We also have taken a pledge, all of us here, As a boy growing up in Yalas Primary School, we took the pledge every morning as citizens to give love and loyalty of our heart, to give the wisdom and courage of our mind, the strength and vigor of our bodies in the service to others. We pledged to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently, creatively, to think generously and honestly. But all these qualities in our national anthem and our pledge had a direct connection. They were determined by the amount of Jamaicans and the willingness of us as Jamaicans to be open to listen and follow the wisdom of God. The church was an integral part for the very collective security of our nation. It is that Jamaica may under God increase, the increase we seek in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity. The playing of our part globally was identified in our pledge. The church brings the teachings of Jesus Christ, I believe, to the table, and I believe that the very common law upon which the Constitution of Jamaica is built, because there is a common law that says even the king is subjected to the law, and there were many, many centuries of mankind where kings and leaders were above the law, but the principle of common law came out of the Bible. And the Constitution of Jamaica was built on the principle of common law, and the fundamental rights within our Constitution came out of common law. So once again, we see even our security of fundamental rights came from the church. So the church, I believe, has a very critical role to play going forward. And I believe that I encourage all wise leaders to draw on the church, draw on this historical and this history of wisdom and that the church has shown in the transformation of life. I believe there must be a renewed appreciation, openness, and valuing, and also invitation to the light the church brings to the darkness of today. In concluding, as the chairman of the St. James Ministers Fraternal in 2019, we launched an initiative here in Montego Bay called a public awareness campaign called Transformation St. James. And we felt that one of our duty was to speak truth to culture, into the culture. And so we got some funding from TEF, and we were able to put up digital board. We were able to put up some banners. We have one of those banners here. We'll show you probably during our conversation. But we had 4 pillars. Number 1, that we were speaking to people to be loving and caring with one another. Number 2, we're saying to the culture, build a culture of forgiveness. Number 3, we were saying to the culture, let's break the code of silence around crime and criminal activity. And number 4, build up families. We continue to do that, and that's why we're excited about being a part of this committee and this work here of the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So when I was going through and thinking of this whole event today, my mind reflects back on the attitude of our young people. And when I was doing a quick thought, reminding myself that, hey, young people are really facing a lot. And I myself know for sure I'm young as well. So I know what is going on. In my community, you heard it well, Greenpond, many people say, hey, I don't really want to go to that place. And that's okay. I don't blame you sometimes. That's okay. But I did a quick reflection, and I took note that one of the number 1 problems that our youths are facing today is the lack of fathers. Lack of fathers.
Lack of fathers.
Lack of fathers. I can say for a fact that, and I am proud to say that I am so glad that I went to Anchovy High, and I'm glad that I went to Herbert Morrison, because I was more exposed to the reality of what many young people are going through. And when I look in the system today, fathers are absent. And guess what? Most of the times, especially our young females, they take it to heart based on those who have counseled and encouraged. That the role that their fathers play in their lives is very critical, and when that need is not met, there is some form of emotional trauma. For our boys, they don't have a proper figure to look up to. Hence why they look to the north, the south, east, and the west, and sadly to say, they find the wrong figurehead of a father. Hence why we have so many crime, violence. Why? Fathers are upset. Justice, we all heard it. We want justice. We want justice. I heard it many times in the communities. We want justice. But I should remind myself that justice does not start within the nation. It does not start within the big companies. Start with the home. You start with the home. Start with the family. And Reverend Peter said it right, especially on his last point, building families. And when I really check it out, especially in my community, when I look at these young males, especially our young males, I look at their lives and I say, wow, there's no father. And if there is a father, the father is not playing their role as they ought to. Hence why they do what they're doing now. I thank God for this event today, to be honest, because more will be unfolded as we continue along. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all of you. I am delighted to be here in this forum, and I felt very privileged to be invited to be a panelist. Now, I have been pastoring the Green Pond Wesleyan Holiness Church from 2005. It is a difficult community. And as my colleague here said, it's the homes. There are not many fathers are in the homes there. And we have an annual parenting seminar at our church. And I'm telling you, we only find the mothers turning up. The fathers are always missing. So most of the family members at Green Pond, they are like single parents. Single parents are the head of the family. And that has been a problem for many, many, many years. And then there's the transition. They move from one place to the next, new set of people come in and all. But I have discovered that the church is not only for the members of the church is for the entire community. And I find myself being a pastor not only for the members, because our members don't always live in the Green Pond area. Our members come in but we have some members who are living in the community, but most of our members journey in from outside. My challenge, though, is the gang violence in the community. Too many gang violence, too many young men's lives are being taken out unduly. When I look at the number of funerals and burials that I've had to do during my tenure there, I am saddened when I have to be called to do a funeral. But I have no choice, I have to do it. I had one about March the 7th of this year, I had one, and in that time, there were 2 other murders committed in the community. You know about the community, don't you? So it's an ongoing thing. And we must find solution to treating with this violence. And the thing is that you can't even find who is responsible. The young man that I was alluding to just now, that I buried on March the 7th, he attended the church a couple of times. He came to the church, decent-looking young man, didn't look to me like a gunman at all. And he expressed his desire to change his life, to become somebody, you know, of value in the community. But in a short while, he was just about 30 years old. He had gone to visit his aunt or sister in another community nearby to us, and while he was there, they killed him. And nobody up to now has been held responsible for this young man's death. It is so bad. Nobody. My concern is with the violence. Something has to be done to correct this problem. And so, as our moderator says, we have to look for solutions. And you all here can make some contribution to how we can address this problem. I have some ideas which I'll share with you, but I think it's a collective effort. We need to come together, corporate Jamaica, citizens, students, parents, collectively, we can find solutions to these problems of gang violence in the communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am privileged to be seated here to share with us this afternoon. If you had told me this a week ago, I would not believe it. But things happen. I want us to have an understanding of where we are now. I remembered we always hear the saying that it takes a village to raise a child. And when I think about that, I was pastor in a place in Hanover that was very rural. And I saw the concept of village that we had before. The most important persons in the community were the JPs, the person at the post office, the postmistress or the postmaster, the pastor, and the school principal. Those were the most important persons in the community. Everything flowed through them. And we see it in the sense that in Jamaica we have the most churches per square mile. So it means then that there are places that should offer influence and a proper foundation for how our children are formed. Formation should take place. And the church is very integral in that. Too many of us see the church as judgmental or just seeking to pass down judgment and miss the fact that the church is there to help in the formation, to teach moral understanding, to teach right and wrong, to teach justice and truth. As we have it in it that we all have to come together to build our nation. Thus, we need the churches to be able to play a part in that. And we recognize now that we have lost something. All of us in here who might be maybe my age or older, I'm not that old, but yes. But we all had to go to Sunday school. We all had a formation that took place in church. Some impartation happened to us while we were young, and the church imparted that. And because of that, there are certain things, no matter where we got to or what we turn out to be, there are certain things we will not do. Why? Because there was a foundation that was set. There was a formation that took place, and the church was important in that formation. And I believe we have to get to the place where the church is again important in the village, in the community, and in the collective security of our brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much, panelists, for your opening remarks. And we thank all of you. Reverend Peter, you set our national pledge as a framework for your contribution, and you highlighted 4 pillars on which you think we need to build. Family was presented as a serious issue for us to attend to, and placing the church back at the center of socialization is important. But there are those who seem to have lost respect for the church and would perhaps say that the church doesn't have any moral authority to offer any kind of guidance and so on. My question to the panelists really is, could you share very briefly at least 3 or 4 ways in which your church is making an invaluable contribution to the stemming of crime and violence in the Jamaican society? We have a team of rapporteurs here, and I'm sure they'd like to hear what is it that church is doing. Peter, let's start with you now.
Yes. Very briefly. But we can get a mic here. I think for our ministry, we focus on education. We believe education is very important, and also the education of the raising up of leaders. One of the things that we need more of in the body of Christ, and really across denominations right now, is the lack of leaders, lack of trained leaders, and making sure there are new leaders coming up. So we're involved in helping churches to have training programs all over Jamaica in their setting. We have the capacity to do that. We're helping several churches in that. And then also we ourselves as a university, we offer workshops, and even many people who want to improve, many people, they stop going to school and they feel they don't have enough CSEC, they don't have enough passes to go on. I think having opportunities for education, and that's something the church has been playing a role in for a long time, and that helps in the transformation of the individual.
Right, so for my church, really, one of the main things that we love to do, especially the youth department, is to create a safe place. Because we know that most of our young people, usually they want to fit in. And that's something I realized. So what we do is basically we invite those young people from different walks of life, different communities. Even in where my church is, where it is now, the youth that are in that place, we invite them. And when we invite them, we create that safe place for them to be real. Be real. We talk with them, we share with them, and the list goes on. And when we have them, Reverend said it well, we have workshops, we have youth discussions, things that they can relate to. And when they find that safe place to speak, I believe it gives some form of comfort that, hey, this is a safe place to be vulnerable. One of the things that also our church does is the fact that we love to go on the streets. It's something that I believe that the church should remember to do, is that we should go beyond the 4 walls of the church and go out. Because sometimes if they don't want to come to the church, you take the church to them. And that's one of the ways you grab them. I can personally testify that we went to a certain community and we set up a stage, we put on some mics, and we set up the whole 9 yards. We had a nice session right there, and I can personally say I felt good when I saw young males in particular came to give their life to Christ at that time. So I believe that one of the things that the church should do is to move beyond the 4 walls. When you move beyond the 4 walls and you go out, I can simply say that you don't know whose life you're touching, but I can say that you're leaving a positive impact. So those are 2 of the main ways that I practice at my church.
Thank you.
Okay. When I went to Green Pond first, I discovered that the community members were mostly drop out of schools. They were not, most of them didn't have CXCs or JSCs. They didn't have much subjects, and some of them had difficulty getting jobs. They couldn't find jobs. So my board and I thought we would develop a skill training center at the church. We once had a basic school, but over time, we had to close that down. And so the space was there, and we felt we could utilize it to do something for the community. So we approached some teachers and asked them to come and help us. And so we first started with the CXC classes. We began with maths and English to see if we could bring them up. And then we had a good maths teacher, a good English teacher, and the classes were doing very well. I don't know what, and over time, the English teacher migrated, and that was a bad thing. And I must remember the time we were thinking of it, I went to Reverend Keene, and he gave us some furniture. Remember Reverend Keene? To equip the area that we needed for adult training, because it was mostly for basic school, so we had to do some renovation there. The school was going on very good, but then one of the adult teachers left. The math teacher had some challenge, so he said we're going to do some skills then. So we had a teacher who came in to do customer service, because this is one of the quick ways to get persons into jobs. They can start from that level. We offered customer service. We offered cashiering. So, and we graduated a few of them through the Heart, because they were linked to the Heart program. We graduated a few of them. Then we wanted to do some computer classes. We had problems finding a computer teacher. We searched and researched, we could not find. And then afterwards, COVID came down. Then we had to lock down. It was very distressing, but we still have hope to restart those classes, because we believe that if we can educate the people in the community, they'll be able to get good jobs. Many of them are not even working, and that's one of the reasons why they get into trouble. Because they're not working, they have no jobs, and they join the gang. I'll tell you one story quickly. I had to bury one of these gunmen who was killed. I have never seen such love in that community. It seemed as if the gang membership was like a parenting membership. The flow of love. I remember when I went down to do the committal, they didn't want me to do the committal. There was such weeping and carrying on. The men would pour in things into the casket, put in rums and cigarettes, and it was a terrible time for me to get them. And it was raining. Finally, no, I said, listen, we cannot be here because it's raining and you don't want to get wet. So they reluctantly allowed me to do the committal. But let me tell you about the love that they had for each other. I rarely see that. And I was taken aback to think that but then there was some lack. That's why it points back to the lack of the parents. There were no parent, probably only one parent. And so they came together as a group, and they had the love in that. They loved each other so much. I envied them. I hadn't seen that kind of love in most places. So I think that if we can really educate these youngsters, establish some good family values, get back the fathers in. We've been praying for fathers to return home and the mothers to return home. Some parents are gone and only children are in the home. The parents are gone overseas. It is so pathetic, and it's heart-rending to see the homes deteriorating, and that is a catalyst for them to form the gangs, because there's no foundation.
I can hear the passion in your heart.
Thank you.
In your speech. Yes, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I'm recently in Lilliput, as pastor in there, not been there a year as yet. But just entering the community, there is so much that needs to be done. And the fact is that, again, as a church, you can't do everything, but there are so much that you need to do. The first thing that I did is that we have implemented a scholarship program where we are seeking to give scholarships. And it's not a church scholarship program. It's for persons in the community, while church members will be able to. But it's really reaching out to them. And attached to that scholarship program, which I'm going to be speaking with parent support, is that there has to be a parental training that is attached to it. If you want your son or your daughter, so it's just something you attached to the scholarship, that once you send in an application, you must attend the parental training that will take place. Because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that not only are we able to send the children to school, we want to ensure that proper parenting is also taking place. The other thing, especially in a community that has violence, two things normally bring community together more than anything else: music and sports. And for me, I love both. I listen to every type of music. Sometimes maybe my wife would have, and I watch every sport, even golf. And sometimes she's just tired. Why are you? But I just love both things. And for me, I would listen music and just listen to the rhythm and listen to the different tones and stuff. And I love music. And so for me, those are two aspects that even for me, because one of the things that I want to do, this is what I want to do. I'm not saying that it is there yet, but I want to be able to pull together a sporting activity in the community that you can draw young men. And this is it, while they are playing sports. And I did it before when we were in Trenchtown, that I had over 40 young men. Quite a few of them were gunmen and stuff. But when we came together to have a football team, and we said to them, listen, before we start training, devotion. After we finish training, devotion. And we formed a circle and we said, just share what was happening. And even during that period of time, when one of the young men who I know personally is a gunman, come to me and said, boy, coach, I want to learn to be less aggressive. Then you understand that something is happening that is taking place in their minds. Because it's not just to just say, them will play sports and everything, but while they are doing that, you are imparting something because you want to bring about change. It's not my aim to save the entire world. That will not happen, even though I am a pastor. But my aim is to see that the community that I am in, a change is taking place so that the persons and the individuals can change. Because even now, woke up this morning and heard that 4 persons were shot in Lilliput. 1 died. And that is connected to my church because a member, as a family member who is there. No, just like how the collective security is here. I wish that I could go to boom and call maybe Queen Africa and some other person and say, let us go in a Lilliput and go talk to some young men. Because if I alone go, they must say, well, a pastor, we don't want to go. But when you hear a different name attached to it, and I can say to Inspector Nott at Barton, come with us, let us go in there and talk. It opens up the opportunity for more, and that's what we need.
Excellent. You see, so it is clear that the church is not just about growing itself through evangelism and the discipleship. It is also to be in the service of the community, the society, through justice and compassion. And what we have heard here from all of you, we have heard about the various strategies in terms of intervention and the prevention, and also collaborative strategies. And as we think through all of this, one, we are hearing about the church through education. 2, we're hearing about the church through partnership. 3, we're hearing about the church broadening the social network. And 4, we're hearing about the church through training. And I think these are critical areas that are needed if we are ever, as a church, going to respond to the current crisis. But can I ask you, thank you very much for outlining some of the things that you are doing. Before I engage you, could I ask you, apart from these things that you have been doing, thinking outside of the box, this is a technological era. Can you think outside of the box? The rapporteurs are here. They want to write down some things now. What else do you think that you have never tried, that you have not tried, that you think we could consider in relationship to the church? I've given you maybe 2 minutes each to respond, and then I'm going to bring you in to share your views and perspective. Let me start with you.
Right. I think one of the things that is in my mind, and I guess it's because of my accounting background, and I give God thanks every single day, because I was a little boy, used to run up and down on the road barefoot in a trench town, and all of that. So, as I said, it for me, being at this position was never in my dream. I could never believed that this would have happened. But one of the things that I always look at, especially for us as a church, and as persons are here, is the collaboration. I'm not in the sense that we don't need persons to help to build a structure. But I always think that I want to have a church that gets to the place where it starts to provide for the community. What I mean by that the church evolves from just religious ministry into social ministry, where the church can open a restaurant and employ persons from the community to serve in there, where the church can open a basic school and a little business and employ the same persons who might be. So we're not looking for the big subjects. We're not going to be like the big corporations to say you need a doctorate and these things to get a job. No, the service is there for the community, and that is where my thought is heading towards. And I don't know, because while we're here, if I can call out and get the help, but that is where I want, that is where my thought is, to build up an infrastructure where there is financial stability and businesses that is attached, that is just not for the church, but is reaching out for members of the community.
Okay. I've been thinking for some time now about partnership with corporate Jamaica. Like an entity might want to adopt an inner city community. You know, bring in their new values, lift the standards, partner with the church. You know, we annually we have a community Sunday. And this Sunday, we invite community members who are not members of the church to come in and to share in the service. We have them read the scripture, you know what I mean? We have them collect their offering, you know what I mean? We let the community, you know, be on display. We'll invite the inspector from the police station. We are attached to the Mount Salem police. We'll invite him to come. He would come and he would give a talk. And then at one time we used to have environmental, we used to speak with the community, like the cleanup campaign, that to encourage people to clean the place up, to have clean environment, you know what I mean? And if we need extra garbage, bins or bags or so. So we try to promote a clean environment so that they can recognize they are very important to the society, so they can teach their children how to be clean. And again, I wish we were able to have offered them the computer training, because then they'll be able to go online and even establish businesses online. A number of people are putting online businesses online now, opening stores, opening services online. But then again, they don't know this because they do not have. So that is why I'm saying, if we could get a corporate entity to come in to say Green Pond, in Queen Ashika, come into Green Pond and say, you know, we want to help you to develop this community. There are good boys there and there are good girls there. They just fell through the cracks and they want a second chance. You know, they just want a second chance. And my heart just breaks when I see them struggling because they are really, really struggling.
Partnership.
And we need partnership with the corporate society to come in, partner with us so we can offer them so much services that they can get proper training, look about their health. Some of them don't even take care of their health, you know what I mean? So we can really impact them. So we need partnership with corporate Jamaica and the government. Thank you.
Vijay, I wonder if you could use your 2 minutes to nuance your response in relationship to young people. What the church can do from your perspective for young people.
All right, so what I have noticed that we have a lot of talented young people, you know. When I say talented, I mean talented. I mean, when you really listen to how some of them talk, I mean, this person could be a good DJ. This person could be a good pianist, those people who play instruments. What I've noticed is that in my community, I realized that there used to be, I don't know what has happened now, but we used to have a band. When I say band, I mean a good band, and I mean Grimpon band would be invited to go to different places, and I will say this, you don't see an older person in that band. Pure young people. And I'm like, what has happened? And I believe that's something the church can do. Grab their talents. I mean, I believe that many of them are good at instruments. Let them join in, because that's one way to grab them. One of the things that I realize with young people, especially our males, they won't skip past the football. They won't. I mean, I had a talk with some of the males at my church, and they said to me, Vijay, where's the football? Where's the football? Where's the football? And I realized that there was a time that we used to kick ball around at the back of the church before we could do our ministry in the evening. We used to play football, and I was like, that's a good idea. And I was saying, I'm going to get back the football. We're going to buy a football. We're going to enjoy some football. And I believe that's something that we can grab young people too. Sports is very important. You said it, brother. Sports is one of the ways that can grab the young people and to grab their, to feed on their talents. That's something I do in my church. One of my friends said to me that in the church where I am, because I'm on the media team, he was saying to me, you know that there could be a music studio? And I was looking at him, I was like, this young man have a point. This young man have a point. And I'm saying, if they are so gifted and have so many talents, I believe that the church should nurture that talent. Use up the facility. You know, you can do so much and no more. So once the church put that idea out there, say, hey, you're good at instruments, come. You want to practice DJ, come. You want to play football, come. And we create that competition, that competitive vibe that, hey, we're up against each other in a fun, loving way. And that creates room for love and vulnerability that they can learn to express themselves. That's where healing comes in too.
Thank you very much. Peter, you have 2 minutes, and then I'm going to be inviting your participation.
Yeah, I want to approach it from the point of structure. I think that we need to restructure how crime and other issues are dealt with in the nation. Bring it more to a local level. Have a structure more so that there are our counselors locally, the pastors at the local level can deal directly, not so much someone from a ministry, although we're not saying separate from that, but we need to really restructure the governance and how things are carried out to make sure it's not a top-down, but a bottom-up, really reflect that collective security, and I think the church can really play a role. I remember years ago in the United States, they had an initiative called the Faith-Based Initiative, where a structure was set up that funding, money, was actually put into this bigger structure, and churches and non-profit organizations, NGOs, and local churches want to start to buy a football. There was actually some funding set aside so that a man, whether he's up in Clarendon, they could know that they could go somewhere and get the support, because yes, the church is there, the building is there, but once the pastor opens up, who's going to run it? You know, you don't need another job, you know, right? But who's going to run it? It can be a place of employment for others, and it could be a place of development. So I think in terms of structure, both in terms of understanding that we need to move things to the local level, so there's more grassroots ownership of the intervention and prevention, and secondly, that we put more funding that can be accessible from the very local level.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have it here, advocacy for collaboration, advocacy for integral mission, meaning that not just seeing the mission of the church as evangelism, but a twinning of evangelism and Christian social action, focusing on job creation, etc. We see advocacy for partnership with corporate society. And I am so happy to hear, Barbara, you put on the table the environment. So the church has a responsibility to the care of the environment through creation care. And so this is where we are, facilitation of the empowerment of young people through self-actualization, through music, through sports, and of course the advocacy here for community council. I think that's what you're saying, Peter, community council, that would involve everybody at the grassroots level.
For example, we have, Zozo and SOE. We have these different things here in Montego Bay. I think those things should never be just implemented without local consultation with the pastors and with the churches in that area.
Get your
and
point.
Over and over, our pastors find out about so many of these crime prevention initiatives, wonderful things, without them being personally brought into the conversation and brought into the planning of it. Now, and I said to somebody earlier, and I believe this, that if you really are serious about something, you put it in the budget.
Thank you very much. Amen. What about you? Amen. It is now your time, Pastor. I think we have a roving microphone somewhere around there. I think I'm actually hearing that you're a pastor. You can preach it. Where's the roving microphone? Oh, here's this.
Jackson, I think as he's getting there, there's one thing I'd like to touch on that I think Vijay had raised in his opening statement about the fact of lack of fathers in communities. Now, I remembered when I was growing up, my father died when I was 10, and it was 5 of us, 4 boys, 1 girl, and we were in a city community. And so when my father died, and we were exposed to all the type of violence that is there, what my mother did was that she went to church and she said to the pastor and to the men's fellowship that was there, listen, my husband is dead and I have 4 boys. Right. I am a mother. I can't be a father to them. So now it's your responsibility as the church to ensure that my boys have a father figure to look to. And I think what we need to do as well is, as a church, we need to present father figures Amen. To the members in our communities.
Exactly.
That is separate and apart from those out there who are the violence producers. Because I remember that impacted me a lot. Because when I wanted to stray, I remember coming home from school one day, and those times it was the magnet earrings. You know what it start bore ears yet?
Yes.
And I put in 2 magnet earrings. I walk on the road, I go home, feel nice. And the church brother saw me and draped me up.
And you are the product of that. Thank you very much. You are the product of that. We have to move. We have a time constraint. Let's take some questions. Yes, our comments.
Okay, good afternoon. One of the things I try to do as a pastor, knowing that I have a role to play in the society, I have a basic school at my church. So what I do once a month, I meet with all the children at the basic school for devotion, and there's another basic school across the road. I combine them together, and I meet them once a month to have devotion, to talk with the children, and to seek to impact the children at that early level. Because I realize that so many of our children are growing up without any spiritual guidance. You know, and all they see in the home and all they hear is just violence, violence, violence. So we need to start to impact them at that formative level, because most of them don't go to any church, don't go to any Sunday school, and so that kind of moral and ethical training is not there anymore that all of us, somebody talk about it, all of us were brought up with, and that were the undergirding thing that is guiding us now. And also at the Glen All-Age School, junior high and all-age, I go there once a week and do mentoring with the boys. Because I believe we all must play a role. We can't sit back and say, boy, things happen. So once a week, I go there and I meet with the boys, I talk with them. I have devotion once a month there as well. You know, trying to play my role and get the church involved in the lives of the children, because guess what? At the school, it's a controlled environment. You can talk to so many children at one time. If you were to say, go out there on the street to talk, you're only going to meet at like 10 or 2 or 3. But at school, in a controlled environment and in a country where the government is dying for pastors and church people to go into schools and to make an impact, it's an opportunity for us to reach those children and to speak with them and to impact their lives. That's what I'm trying to do at this time.
Thank you very much. Recommendation 1, chaplaincy program. And I wonder if the fraternal could consider something like that. And recommendation 2, mentorship program. Thank you so very much for those 2 recommendations. Proceed, sir.
Thank you. One of the things we are grappling with is understanding masculinity in the concept of, godly manhood. Because a lot of persons looking at the church have, I think, this idea of masculinity, which suggests that the men in the church are not real men, not the macho type of man that they would like to see. And the bad man image is the sort of masculine image that is appealing to our young men. We need to educate our men, our boys, even the men in the church, of what biblical manhood is about. That it takes real courage to be a churchman, to be a man of God. I mean, a lot of people see churchmen as, kind of wimpish and less than a man because they're not following the model that the world has described for manhood, the aggressive, violent, vulgar type of masculinity. So the church has a responsibility to project biblical manhood, to show what God created man to be. And I believe when we start to do that, and then model that for our boys and for men in general, more men may start coming to church. Because you spoke about the role that the church should play. But we don't have the men in the church to play that role now, because men are shying away from that. The type of manhood that the society is projecting now is a man that have enough woman, enough girl, and that sort of thing. And, if you're a church man, they know that you're a one burner, you're loyal to one woman and that sort of thing. And that's not appealing. We have to change how our society see masculinity and see manhood. And then we can start to appeal to more men, bring more men in the church. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, comment, Peter.
Yes, I just wanted to say that points to the role of the church in collective security. Because where else in our nation will we find the source of values, teaching what you just talked about? It's a church. And so the welcoming and opening of doors and the appreciating of that role of the church in society is important. And that when there is that inviting of that, because we have to admit in many ways that Judeo-Christian biblical culture that our speaker spoke about earlier this morning, it has been hijacked. Those are not the teachers. The pastors are not necessarily the teachers of the values on the street. We have to admit that. And until we admit that, and then we are willing to say, we want to go back to those principles that we see in our national anthem, that we see in our national pledge, then I believe we can begin to see the turnaround. But we really have to admit there has been a shift of influencers and teachers and valued teachers in our culture. And that is the exact role the church should be playing, and I pray that even participating in this forum of collective security, there will be a greater invitation and openness and willingness for the church to play that role again.
Thank you very much, Peter, for your intervention there. Question? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. Well, I must commend the church for what the church has always been doing. I am a product of the church. I'm a pastor myself, I'm a bishop, and I didn't grow up knowing a father. But because of the church, and because they were a church who took the time out to invest in a little boy like me, I am, I would say, a good product of society. And so I want to commend the church to continue to do that. Sometimes I know that the church may be bashed because, you know, in everything you may have, you know, someone who may not do something the right way. So I want to say, as fathers, though, it is important that we stay in the life of our children no matter what. Be a good father. Sometimes our children may not necessarily take the part that you would want them to take in terms of how society would dictate, but still be a good father. Be a good father. For example, I have a son. I have sons. And I have a son that decided that, hey, even though he would have had a first degree, he wants to do music. I'm a pastor, but he doesn't want to do gospel. But as a good father, I decided I'm going to support you. I'm going to be that father. I'm going to be that guide.
Right.
So guess what? I will say to him, Nuts, all right, this is what you want. Keep it clean. Ensure that whatever you do is a good influence to the other youths out there. But sometimes, as fathers or as church people, because our children or the youths in the community might not be doing the things the church way, we might kind of have a hands off. But it's important that we stick to it, that we be there, be the influence. They may not be doing all that we want them to do, but if we are not close to them, if we don't stick to them, we won't be able to influence them to doing the right thing. I believe these are some of the things that probably is a cause why we're having this summit. We have good boys, good girls, come from good homes who are doing terrible things. Why? Sometimes as parents, we back off. Or as church people, we back off because they're not doing what we think they should do, or what society is dictating that this is the pathway that they should go. But you see, music has great influence. Why not stick ourselves to an entertainer or a producer and try to influence them by showing them another way? Not necessarily cuss them off or play holier than, but stick with them and influence them in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Again, the family comes back. One sociologist says that the family is the cradle of civilization, the strength of the nation, and the importance of it cannot be overemphasized. I wonder though, we're approaching wrapping up. I wonder though, even as we talk about the family, now I'm a Christian pastor, so I understand my Christian perspective in relationship to the definition of family. And nobody can take that from me. But what is the social reality? In Jamaica, for example, the majority of our people are living in common law union, not in legal unions. When we, as a church, organize training sessions for the family, do we include these people? That's my question. Your answer is yes.
Yes, without a doubt. Because
Pastor?
they're
Barbara?
in common law, yes.
Yes, of course.
Yes, of course.
We include them. We include them.
Wonderful. Pastor?
You don't ask that question.
Yeah, and that is very important. That is very important. Now, ladies and gentlemen, time has come for us to wrap up. I really want to say thanks to the panelists for helping us to unpack this very, very important topic for this afternoon, the role of the church in collective security. Will you join me in saying thanks to all of them? You have said thanks just before they give 1 minute of their closing comment. They're asking for their closing comment.
Right.
And quite rightly so.
Thank you all for listening. I think based on this whole collective security that we have, too long the business sector have separated themselves from the church, so that they want to be attached because of denominational differences and stuff. But we need to understand that the church is already in the community, is already embedded there, already have members there. Therefore, if you're looking for an avenue to reach persons in the community, the church is there. So it's time for us to partner together so that we are able to reach those in our community, because that is what collective security looks like. So we need to get away from that when we only look for other social activities to help and not try to partner with the church that is in the community, trying to do the same thing that you are now coming in to do. So let us partner together.
Thank you very much. Barbara, your 1 minute.
Well, I just want to just endorse my brother, what he said. As I said before in some comments I'd made, it's important that corporate Jamaica identify with the community and work through the pastors, the local pastors, to get things done. Because, you see, if you have a community of violence, people don't want to come to Jamaica. They won't want to come again. And we are investing so much money in building new hotels and, new facilities. But we need to have a better culture, a more peaceful culture. We need to get rid of this violence. At whatever cost, we have to make the effort to get rid. So we are asking corporate Jamaica to partner with the churches so we can get some work done to build up a better society, so that people can enjoy the 2030 vision, which is to what? What's the vision? A place to live, a place to work, a place to raise family, and a place to do business. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right, so my pastor told me that, hey, I want you to grab the youths, because he looks up to me. And I realized that I've taken the initiative to gather all the youths, especially our males. I'm just simply saying, I'm not saying I don't talk to my females, but I'm saying they outbeat us by far. So let me attack the males. And I've started an initiative where I will meet the males every other Saturday, where I be real. I call it my males rap session. We rap together. We be real with each other. I had the first session a week ago, and I was saying some of the things that they say, I'm like, oh, I just don't have up. And that is where I tackle it from there. I tackle it from there. So I believe that and young people reach young people more. So I believe that when you start off with a few, and you say, hey, grab your friend. I believe that bring them the more. I told them, I am not limiting this just to the boys of this church. Bring in your friend wherever they are, because we want to impact them as well. So I believe one of the ways to grab also to change the culture is to let them relearn to learn again.
Thank you.
The things that they need to learn.
Thank you. Excellent. Peter, your final minute.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the Montego Bay Chamber of Commerce for really bringing in the St. James Ministers Fraternal and all the ministers, and to say that the term collective security is big. That's a big term. And I believe that the pastors and churches want to be a part of that. They want to see that grassroots level movement for security. Because if we break the code of silence around crime, if we really take personal responsibility in our communities, I believe that would really solve a lot of the problems, because then there won't be a lot of darkness. People will speak up, and then we will support each other when they speak up. And that's one of the things that I know a lot of our churches want to do and are hoping to do. And we ask you also to pray for us and help us, the churches.
Yes.
We don't have it right. A lot of churches are going through a lot of struggles, made mistakes, and I thank you for your forgiveness and love and graciousness to us as we serve and as pastors serve in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you have been a wonderful audience. This is Everton Jackson turning you over to Colleen. Thank you all.
I think so. Me that go to the whole honor church. Aren't they good? They thought teachers and thought leaders. Thank you so much. Everton, I was saying to Janet that you make a really wonderful moderator. You insert yourself at the right time. And you know when to cut people off politely. So that makes a great moderator. A couple of things have been said in this panel. A couple of things have been said in the other panels before, in our keynote address, in our remarks, that have all aligned. So when we talk about collective security, the academic brain goes to all of the problems with collective security that we have recorded in history. But I think one thing is clear for all of us. That spirit, so we go back to our root, which is Africa, that spirit of Ubuntu. I am because you are. That is what collective security is. And if as a nation we can think about all of what has been said, all of what has been shared, how do we make a difference? That man in the mirror first, because you can't change nobody if you not change you. And then ensuring that you look out for your neighbor, as basic as that. We've heard from our keynote speaker, what resonated with me is what the education system offers, and principals will say things like, you know, in the system so you don't know. Our stakeholders are the ones who get our students. They become their employers, so they should be able to inform what we teach them. That was my takeaway from that first session. The session, Sheridan's session, had so much information. I kept thinking, boy, I wish them did have a PowerPoint. I just take a picture of them. So much information that of ways going forward for our youth. I think we concluded for youth to be empowered, they need employment, they need education and training. The music panel, I'm biased, it's my panel. I love music. I completely accept that artists need to heal self, but I am completely sure that artists have a responsibility to that self, to their children, to their community, to their nation, to make a difference with this powerful thing called music. And then we go to church. I work at Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts. I would say you are the first and only one of its kind in the English-speaking Caribbean. I worked hard, so I'm allowed a little PR. But what I really want to say is not that PR. Our music students are trained in the church. They can't afford formal music education in our high school, but them pitney they can play. And when you talk to them, at church, them play. One little boy said, my pastor just tell me to play the drum 1 week, and he played the drum and it worked. And then he said, give him the guitar the next 2 months. So if you can consider those people, send them to school. If it is that we are creating employment, let us ensure this. We can't wait for the government to put music in school. And as we talk a lot about corporate, we talk a lot about artists, let us remember, collective security is not pointing fingers at anyone, that we're all coming together, knowing that we all have a role to play. And it is 3:30 something. And it's not 3:30 yet? Oh, wow. So we are not on time. Me don't want Janet come in here and say, rap now, even though we are rap, huh? It's been a wonderful day. You are the best, this audience. So the audience on Zoom, the wonderful thing about Zoom is that you can cook no dinner, you can do all sorts of things and still get everything when we're in here when I go home go get no food for do. It's wonderful what Zoom has allowed, but it has really expanded our audience. So out of something that we considered bad, we've gotten some opportunities. So big up on yourself, the audience on Zoom, audience in the room, big up on yourselves. Keep the hands going for our rapporteurs from Northern Caribbean University, led by Charmaine around the back. Our technical team. Africa, who could have been in a studio and make some music. Sit down here for the whole day, big up yourself. You want to leave the government big job where you're new to come here, come sit down for the whole day with we. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm a music panel people that make me appreciate that them stay. And you know, one person in here who get tricked, him start the program and him have to go end it tomorrow. Him have to die anywhere in the front, commander. My respect, sir. To the members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force who are still here, thank you. Me know I have enough things to do on the road. But thank you. Students, my assignment to you is this. As you leave here, as you get home, bathe and eat, take out your book and journal what happened today. It's easy to do. Don't consider it an essay. You're simply going to say, what sticks with me from this morning? Who do I remember? My name is Colleen Douglas, by the way. Follow me on IG, CD Publicity. Follow me, I want no followers. CD Publicity, IG and Twitter. Colleen Douglas on Facebook. Are you missy coming here while I said that, Janet? And she taking some. But I want you to take it seriously and think about all the sessions that you have and write at least 3 sentences about how each session impacted you. Writing is not hard. But if you don't stay like me when you sleep and wake up tomorrow, I'll go forget today. So do it tonight like you're journaling. Dear diary, today I heard a man called Commander Overton from Guardsman. He said this. Then Pastor Everton said this. That's it. See, they share reward, you know, no don't work without reward. The reward is in the long run on educated. Colleen's breath.
Oral, you still have those prizes that we had from in the back of your car, the kettles and so. We have a lot of prizes that we'll give away to those who can remember what they learned today.
And the students?
Yes, to the students as well as the adults.
I wonder if the Chamber of Commerce have gift for me.
Dinner for 2 at Margaritaville, dinner for 2 at Mystic Thai. We have many prizes that you can win. Just come back to us.
If you agree with me that Colleen lives in Kingston and likes Mobay and want to try out all the hotels in Mobay, at some point, clap your hand. Just saying. Anyway, please walk good as they say in country and make good duppy follow, no? Sleep well, be safe on the road. Tomorrow we go again. We did good on time. And so, wanna now go? Wanna know so we start over the program? Wanna play this song, they make we play this song while they walk out. Thank you. We start at 8:30 tomorrow, 8:30.
Can't do this on my own. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Mobay Chamber of Commerce unite and we're strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we've been fighting forever. We've been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. Don't want nobody wait. I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security we go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, so don't be a stranger. Make you all discuss. Start a trend like we famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. No want nobody wait, I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security to a go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down. Strong. No matter how we try, we can't do this alone. Jamaica, we have to do better. Me island, me treasure. Low out the war, now we been fighting forever. We been under the pressure. Oppression, me want to see clear skies. No want nobody wait, I miss it from my wake up. No one cocaine on my cup. Wave right to my neighbor. Collective security to a go. Me no want see no guns, no only papers. Send it straight to my PayPal. If I listening, beg you a favor. Please don't be a hater. Can't do this alone, should I be a stranger? Make you all discuss. Start a trend like who famous. The day we unite, build trust. I did it, crime go down.